The man and his dog walked across the farmland, the early morning sun casting long shadows on the earth. Another day, another trip to the chicken coop to feed the birds. The dog trotted alongside him, content, while the man soaked in the silence, unaware of how quickly that was about to be shattered. But as they neared the coop, something felt wrong. The usual pecking and clucking was gone, replaced by eerie silence. Several chickens lay motionless, their bodies twisted unnaturally, feathers matted with dried blood. Their eyes were wide open, frozen mid-scream. The dog's tail shot straight, hackles bristling. A low growl rose in its throat. Then it erupted into a sharp, frantic bark, eyes locked upward. The man followed its gaze. At first, all he saw was sky. Then, a sound. A buzz like a mosquito, but deeper, meaner. He squinted, and there it was. A drone, hovering high above, sleek and metallic, its proboscis glinting in the sun.
Great,
the man muttered, the words low and dry, the anger bubbling under the surface.
Just great.
He grabbed several rocks from the ground and hurled them at the drone. The rocks missed by a good 5 feet. The drone buzzed off into the sky, seemingly in retreat. The man stood still. Even though the drone had disappeared, he knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. By nightfall, the man still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He stood at the stove, stirring a pot of stew, but his focus was slipping. His dog was pacing back and forth, barking at the windows and the darkness beyond.
Relax,
the man muttered, but it came out more like a reflex than anything that might calm the dog. He tried to ignore it, shoving the unease down as he flipped through the TV channels, letting the hum of the screen drown out the barking. But the dog wasn't having it. Its barks grew more frantic, like it could sense something the man couldn't. The man exhaled sharply, annoyed. He looked out the window. Nothing. Just the dark, empty yard. But then, there it was again. That low, buzzing hum. It hovered behind the tree line, waiting for the perfect moment, like a predator eyeing its prey. It could feel him, the man. He was its target. The drone wasn't done yet. It wasn't going anywhere until it had its revenge. Inside the house, the man could feel it. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, but he didn't look outside. Not yet. The dog's barking escalated, high-pitched, frantic. It was almost desperate now. The man ignored it. He locked all the windows, trying to push it out of his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, that buzzing sound stayed in his head. The drone was still out there, watching him, waiting. The next morning, the man went about his day. He peered outside, half expecting the drone to be hovering there like some eerie, metallic sentinel. But the sky was clear, and for a brief moment, he felt something he hadn't in a while. Relief. He sighed, the weight on his shoulders easing just a bit. Maybe it was just a fluke. Maybe he could finally get some peace and clean the side of the house. He grabbed the industrial hose. No more procrastinating. The dirt had been building up for far too long. He started spraying down the side of the house, the water blasting against the grime. His dog, ever the watchful companion, was barking again, though. He ignored it, focused on the job. He didn't even glance back. Behind him, though, something was happening. The drone reappeared, ominously hovering just above him. It came in slowly at first, like a shadow, its presence growing heavier with each beat of its rotors. The dog saw it, of course. The dog always saw it coming, but the man was too busy to notice. In a flash, the dog ran. Without thinking, it jumped onto the man, knocking him to the ground just as the drone swooped down, its metallic proboscis just inches away from the man's face, a heartbeat away from disaster. The man's eyes widened as he hit the dirt, his breath catching.
What the?
He turned his head and saw the drone, quickly realizing just how close he had come to being skewered. The dog was already backing away, standing guard, like it knew it had just saved the man's life. The man scrambled to his feet. He grabbed the industrial hose and turned it on full blast. He aimed at the drone. The water shot forward with such force it could have knocked a brick wall down. The drone easily outmaneuvered the stream of water. It quickly retreated, buzzing angrily as it fled back into the sky. The man stood there, panting, watching the drone go. He gave the hose one last shake, muttering to himself,
Well, that's one way to spend my morning.
That night, While the man and his dog ate dinner, the atmosphere in the house felt a little off. The dog, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly tensed up. His ears pricked and his eyes locked on the window. The man paused mid-bite. His dog's sudden shift wasn't just paranoia. The animal was sharp, and the man knew enough now to listen. He set his fork down and cautiously walked toward the window, the dog's low growl growing louder with each step. He peeked outside, eyes scanning the darkness. Nothing. Just the moonlit yard and a few stray shadows. But of course, the drone had no intention of being seen. From its hiding spot behind a thick tree, it observed them. Its sensors focused on the man and his dog, monitoring every slight movement. It didn't need to get any closer, not yet. It had all the time in the world. Back inside, the man turned away from the window, sighing.
Nothing.
He muttered to himself. The dog's growling hadn't subsided. It was just too quiet. The man grabbed the phone and dialed the police. This had to be dealt with. When the officer picked up, the man wasted no time.
Listen, I've got a drone on my property. It's been stalking me and it's acting like it's ready to attack.
The officer interrupted, voice flat.
Sounds like a prank, sir. Maybe some kids messing around.
The man's grip tightened on the phone.
I'm telling you, it's been circling my house all day.
There was a pause, followed by a slow sigh from the officer.
Sure, okay. Just stay inside and keep your doors locked, all right?
The man didn't even bother to respond. He hung up, muttering curses under his breath. The man closed the curtains, then turned off the lights throughout his house, one by one. It was time for bed. From its position outside, the drone's sensors flickered, adjusting as it tracked the man's movements through the windows. It watched as the man moved through the house, one last trace of light left as he shut off the final switch. The drone's systems blinked with irritation. The dark was its enemy. Without the glowing outline of the man's figure behind the curtains, it had no clear way of knowing where he was. It had lost sight of its prey. The man stood in the silence of the dark. He couldn't help but feel that it wasn't over. The drone, wherever it was still out there, lurking. The next morning, the man had to venture outside the safety of his home again. This time, it was to till the fields. He took a long look around before stepping out of the house. No sign of the drone. He walked to the barn where his tractor was stored, trying to shake off the unease crawling up his spine. He glanced at his dog, who had gone completely still, ears pricked and eyes fixed on the horizon. But the dog didn't need to bark this time. The man knew better. His dog was growling a warning, and his dog was never wrong. Without a second thought, the man broke into a run toward the barn. His boots hit the dirt hard, each step more frantic than the last. His dog followed just behind him. They reached the tractor and jumped in. The man breathed a sigh of relief as the tractor door slammed shut. His heart was pounding, but then it hit him. He didn't have anything to defend himself with if that drone came at him again. His shotgun, his hunting gear, everything was a few feet away in the shed. The same shed he'd have to sprint to from the field he'd be tilling if things went south. He gritted his teeth and braced himself. The drone hovered just out of view, watching from behind the barn door. Its sensors tracked every movement, every shift in the man's stance. It was patient. It knew the man would slip up sooner or later. And then the tractor door creaked open. The man stepped out of the tractor and made a dash for his hunting gear. Before he could blink, the drone dove at him like a bullet. But just in the nick of time, the man turned around, shotgun in hand, and fired. The blast rang out, and the drone jerked back, clipped in the underbelly. It didn't drop, but it did pull away, buzzing furiously as it went. The man exhaled a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, watching the drone fly off into the distance. He'd done it. He'd scared it off. For now, at least. He grinned to himself, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. He'd protected himself, protected his property. The drone wasn't going to ruin his day. He hopped back into his tractor, his loyal four-legged friend beside him. The engine roared to life, and together they drove off to the field surrounding his house. The tilling went by uneventfully at first. The tractor hummed steadily, cutting through the soil as the man focused on the task. But then he noticed his dog, his loyal four-legged friend, acting a little off. The dog, used to having the windows down to sniff the air, now just stared out the window, looking miserable. his wet nose pressed against the glass, the longing in his eyes obvious as he tried to get a whiff of the breeze that always made him happy. A small knot of guilt formed in the man's gut. He knew what the dog wanted. The dog looked back at him, eyes wide, ears perked. But the man hesitated. What if the drone was still lurking? What if it came back the second he let his guard down? He scanned the skies. Nothing. No sign of the drone. He sighed, giving in to the dog's pleading gaze. The last thing he wanted was to deal with a sad, sulking dog for the rest of the afternoon. He reached over and carefully began to turn the window handle. The dog's tail started wagging immediately, and it licked the man's face. The joy was contagious, and for a moment, the man actually smiled. The drone hovered directly above the tractor, a silent predator waiting for its moment. The moment any crevice creaked open, it would be ready. No more games. The drone systems buzzed quietly, as the man was just about to give it what it wanted. The tractor's passenger window slid open. The dog immediately threw his head out, ears flopping in the wind, breathing in the fresh air like it was the best thing he'd ever smelled. And then, it happened. Seemingly out of nowhere, the drone descended from above, its proboscis shooting down with terrifying precision. It struck the dog's skull, sinking in with a sickening thud. The dog yelped once, sharp and desperate, and then went completely limp before the man even had time to react. His heart froze. The world seemed to stop. He slammed his foot on the brake, the tractor skidding to a halt. He didn't even register the sound of the engine grinding to a stop. His hands shook as he reached for the dog, but there was nothing to do. His loyal companion was not moving. The drone, like some twisted creature of the night, hovered beside the open window, its proboscis still glistening with the remnants of its strike. The man's chest tightened with rage. He grabbed his shotgun, his fingers trembling as he aimed at the drone. Several blasts rang out, but they all missed. The drone darted away with a mocking buzz, faster than the man could fire. Grief, fury, and helplessness churned inside him, but he was too late. The drone was already gone. And his dog? His dog was gone too. Beside himself with grief, the man carried his beloved four-legged friend back to the house. His shotgun hung from his shoulder, but it might as well have been made of paper. Tears streamed down his face as he trudged across the dirt, his chest tight with sorrow. Beside the front porch, he dug a grave for his dog, every shovelful of dirt feeling like it was digging into his heart, too. When the hole was deep enough, he gently placed his friend inside, the weight of his grief crushing him as he stood over the fresh grave. With a shaky breath, he whispered,
"I'll kill that thing, if it's the last thing I do."
That night, the man ate dinner alone. His dog's empty bowl sat beside him like a cruel reminder. He couldn't look at it without feeling the sharp sting of loss in his chest. The food, the silence, everything felt wrong. Emotion bubbled up in his eyes again, and just as he wiped the tears away, a faint buzzing filled the air. From just outside, the drone hovered, its sensors locking onto the man in the kitchen. It wouldn't leave him alone, not until it had finished what he started. The man's head snapped up, and he saw the drone hovering outside his kitchen window. The thing was trying to break in. It bumped into the glass, a soft thud, then another, each bump more aggravated than the last. The man stood up, shaking. Without a second thought, he closed the shutters. Then he closed the shutters on every other window in the house, locking them tight. But as he stood there, breathing heavily, he knew it wouldn't stop there. He waited, listening, trying to understand what its next move would be. The buzzing faded, but just as the man began to sigh with relief, the buzzing grew louder as the drone came closer to the house. This time, it went for the front door. It slammed its proboscis against the knob, pushing, testing, looking for a way inside. The man bolted to the door, throwing a chair in front of it to block the drone's relentless assault. His hands shook, but he did it anyway. He backed away, trying to catch his breath. He flopped onto the couch, exhausted. He thought he was safe now, inside his home, behind locked doors. He wasn't. The drone circled the house, its frustration growing with each failed attempt to break through. Its proboscis thrusted uselessly against the door, but it couldn't get in that way. It knew that, but it wasn't done. The man had attacked it. He'd hurt it, and it would make him pay. The drone flew around the house, searching for a weak spot. The windows, Locked. The door barricaded. It scanned the perimeter of the house. There had to be an entry point. Its internal systems started chiming with glee. It found a weak spot. The chimney. The one place the man hadn't thought to protect. The drone hovered toward it, its systems calculating, planning. Grief-stricken and defeated, the man sat aimlessly on the couch, staring into space. The drone's buzzing was the last thing on his mind, until he heard something else, a soft rattle. The rattle grew louder, turning into a steady, unyielding hum. His heart dropped into his stomach as he realized where it was coming from. The drone emerged from the fireplace. The man jumped up in terror, his heart hammering in his chest. He turned and ran through the house, the drone hot on his heels. He grabbed anything he could, a book, a chair, a vase, and hurled it at the drone. The drone dodged each item effortlessly, buzzing toward him relentlessly, never slowing. Desperation clawed at the man. He dashed through the house, trying to lose it, trying to escape, but there was no escaping. In a panic, he threw open the refrigerator door, and by some miracle, with sheer blunt force, he knocked the drone to the kitchen floor. The man stood there, gasping for air, heart racing. His mind was a blur of confusion, half expecting the thing to jump back up and finish what it started. But the drone lay there, still. It was almost too quiet. He exhaled, a shaky breath of relief. He was done with this. He had won. Hadn't he? He took a cautious step forward, eyes narrowed, ready for whatever move it might pull next. And then, just like that, the drone sprang to life. Its proboscis shot out like a snake striking in the dark. Before he could react, it hit him. The man gasped, his world starting to fade to black. The last thing he heard was the whirl of the drone's blades. Then nothing. SCP-160, an anomaly classified by the Foundation as Euclid. Let's talk about this little flying nightmare, shall we? What we have here is a Quadriflyer Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, the UAV, measuring about 1.1 meters across at its widest point. It looks like something you'd expect from the next-gen tech catalog, but of course, the fine details have been conveniently wiped clean. No manufacturer logos, no identifying marks, just a sleek, untraceable machine, because clearly the world needed something like this. Now, SCP-160 operates autonomously with no apparent external control. It's essentially a flying predator. Its behavior is reminiscent of birds of prey, except this one's made of metal and hell-bent on finding its next meal. This drone actively hunts small animals, rodents, rabbits, miniature dogs, you name it. Once it locks onto its prey, it dives down at insane speeds, impaling the unfortunate animal with a metallic proboscis. That's when the fun begins. It injects a highly caustic substance, liquefying the internal organs of its victim and draining the resulting slurry. Bon appetit. It doesn't have much interest in humans or larger animals, usually. That said, if you happen to annoy it, this drone has no problem defending itself. And we're talking brutal self-defense. One jab from its proboscis, and you're in for excruciating pain, possibly death, as your organs liquefy from the inside out. And don't even think about tranquilizing it. Attempts to use tranquilizer darts? Useless. SCP-160 is made from entirely non-biological components, rendering such methods ineffective. There was even talk about using an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, to disable it, but higher-ups vetoed that idea. Why? Because it might cause unforeseen collateral damage, which sounds like a fun day at work. SCP-160 was discovered following a series of missing pets in a town, suspiciously vanishing, only to be found later in various less than pleasant states. After several pets had gone missing and reappeared lifeless, the Foundation was alerted. Upon investigation, SCP-160 was quickly identified and captured. Further searches in the area turned up many small animals, including cats, rabbits, and miniature dogs. SCP-160 was transported to a secure site, where it's been kept under tight control ever since. SCP-160 is stored in a secure biocontainment chamber, where it is to be fed live prey, usually rabbits or similarly sized animals, once per week, all via an automated system, because letting anyone get too close is a bad idea. Experiments require approval from at least 2 Level 3 personnel, and any personnel entering the chamber must wear an armored suit at all times. So the next time you cross paths with a drone like SCP-160, maybe try talking it out. I'm kidding, it won't listen. Do yourself a favor, run. Don't throw rocks, don't try to fight it, just run. Because if you don't, you'll end up regretting it when your organs turn into a puddle. It's really not the kind of life lesson you want to learn.
Air travel used to be an event. People climbed aboard planes in their best dress, their finest suit, sat in seats with plenty of legroom, and really relished the opportunity to soar through the sky from destination to destination. Now, flying has become, ironically, pedestrian. Sure, some people still take it seriously and revel in the miracle of flight, but most treat it the same as riding a Greyhound bus. For the businessman, with his carefully packed carry-on and phone loaded with news podcasts to pass the time, that is exactly how it feels. Flying is a chore, one he wishes he didn't have to deal with. But sadly, he has no choice. Not if he wants to keep being the most valuable employee at his job, the one who never says no to a request from the boss. He's garnered a reputation as a real team player, which really means guy who's up for anything the company requests, no matter how boring, annoying, or exhausting. It's gotten him pretty far, and now that he's up for a promotion that would double his salary, he's certainly not going to give up the habit now. So here he is, stepping out of his taxi at the international airport, ready to hop on the longest flight of his life, 20 hours, non-stop, to Australia for a conference. No one else wanted to deal with the jet lag, the leg cramps, the claustrophobia. So, of course, the helpful-to-a-fault businessman volunteered. He rolls his small suitcase, precisely measured to meet the size standards for a carry-on, because he can't risk the airline misplacing his checked bag and stranding him at the conference with no suits, and walks into the airport. He's done this routine dozens of times before, every time pretty much the same. He has it down to a science, as quick and convenient as possible to minimize stress and make the journey go smoothly. He prints his boarding pass, drinks the dregs of his morning coffee, and tosses the cup, and heads to the pre-check line. No waiting in long security check lines for this guy. Wait a second. Why is the pre-check line blocked off? No. There's no pre-check available at this airport? The businessman lets out a heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose for a moment as he gathers his thoughts. This is fine. He can just go through the regular security line this time. What's the worst that could happen? It's not like he's running late. He's got plenty of time to make the flight, watch a few bad movies, get some sleep, and wake up on the other side of the world. Resigned to his fate, the businessman joins the security check line for ordinary Joes who didn't bother to spring for pre-check. This is fine. The day is still going mostly according to plan. Or so he thinks. As the line inches along, the businessman spots more trouble up ahead. Oh, great. They're putting in a new body scanner right now. He can see the engineer, whatever the title is, finishing the setup. No wonder the line is so long. This is the cherry on top of a deeply irritating Sunday. But it's too late to turn back now, not without risking his promotion, or even his job. Better just try to shrug it off and keep going. Maybe he'll get a candy bar when he reaches his gate. A little treat always helps ease the stress of travel. The line is moving at a steadier pace now, and the businessman can feel the tension in his chest easing up, his muscles loosening. Here we go. This is more like it. He slips his shoes off and holds them in his hands, standing in line in his socks. He might look a little silly, but it's the most efficient way to get through security. After what feels like an eternity, it's his turn to go through the security checkpoint. With a self-satisfied smile, he places his shoes in a bin next to his carry-on bag and drops them both on the conveyor belt. One of the TSA agents waves him on, beckoning him to step into the body scanner. He assumes the position, hands over his head, and waits for the queue to step through to the other side. But the queue doesn't come. The TSA agent holds up a hand, gesturing for the businessman to stay where he is. He tries to ask about what could be causing the holdup, but no one answers him. Must be a malfunction with the machine. Perfect. He lets out another heavy sigh. Then, just behind his right ear, he hears a voice.
Rough day, buddy.
The businessman glances over his shoulder, expecting to see a TSA agent standing there. But there's no one. Has the stress of the worst day he's ever had at the airport driven him to hallucinate? He hears it again.
Hey, buddy, you there? Sounds like a rough day.
Maybe there's a speaker embedded in the scanner somewhere for some reason. Just been kinda stressful. I'll feel better when I get on my flight.
Oh, you're traveling. That's fun. Where to?
Australia. It's for this work thing. I'm not especially excited about it, but the boss will love it, so...
Ha! I heard that, my friend. Say, could you do me a favor?
I guess so?
Could you tell me where I am? I just woke up and I can't see anything. Can't really feel anything either. It's all just darkness. It's kind of freaking me out here.
The businessman scans the area, but no one appears to be paying attention. No one seems to hear the voice. Is that because it's lost in the din of airport chatter? Or because it's all in his head? We're at the airport.
Airport? How do I get to the airport? Listen, buddy. I need you to help get me out of here. My wife, my daughter, they'll be looking for me. I don't know how long I've been gone. I need to get home. Can you help me?
Privately, the businessman thinks that he really doesn't have time for this, but out loud he says, "Sure. It's just that I don't really know where you actually are, or how you're talking to me through this scanner thing."
What do you mean? I'm right here. Talking out of my mouth. I'm not... What the hell are you talking about?
The businessman is beginning to lose his patience. Something about this situation is just not right. No one should be talking to him through the broken security scanner. The TSA should be letting him through, and he should be sitting at his gate right now. His built-up grievances spill out through his mouth. "I don't have time for this," he shouts. The TSA agent turns to look at him. "I promise, sir, we're working to fix the issue as fast as we can. There's no need to shout," she says. The voice in the scanner was speaking in a hushed tone before, a conspiratorial whisper, but now it's growing louder, more desperate.
You've got to help me, please. My family. I need to get to my family. Why can't I see? Why can't I move? It hurts. It hurts. Don't you understand, you idiot? It hurts.
These words are shouted directly into the businessman's ear. "Stop! Just stop! Stop yelling at me!" Several TSA agents rush over to inspect the businessman, steadying him and gently guiding his hands away from his ears. They ask him if he's feeling all right, if they need to call someone for him. The businessman snaps, shouting that the scanner is broken, and he can hear a voice inside and something is very, very wrong. Well, unfortunately for the businessman, he looks more than a little suspicious now, and one security officer pulls him aside, leading him to a small nearby room for a chat. All the while, the businessman insists that the scanner was talking to him and that he's not crazy. He won't be leaving that interrogation room anytime soon. Unfortunately for the businessman, he will not be making that flight to Australia. Meanwhile, the scanner is causing interference with the other technology at the checkpoint. The agents are scrambling to solve the problem, to keep the line moving while their colleague addresses an apparent mental health crisis nearby. The line keeps moving, and more impatient passengers walk through the scanner. Just like the businessman before them, they can hear that voice, whispering hushed pleas that turn into anguished shouts. The same male voice, over and over again, begging for answers, begging for help. Someone deeply distressed is speaking through the scanner, and no one can figure out why. One elderly woman breaks down in tears as the voice angrily swears at her. A little girl screams in terror at the sudden sound. A man tries to argue with the voice, the two shouting over each other with increasing fervor. Soon, the voice grows loud enough that the TSA agents can't ignore it. Much to the dismay of the passengers that haven't made it through yet, they close down the line. Slowly, one TSA agent approaches the scanner. "Hello?" she calls out. She feels silly doing it. There's no way someone is using the scanner as a communication device. The technology doesn't work like that. But then, clear as a bell, she hears the response.
Hello? You can help me? Or do I need to keep screaming for someone to listen?
No doubt about it, that is a person. A very distressed person. "How are you speaking to me right now, sir?"
With my mouth. What are you, stupid? I don't want any trouble. Please, just let me go, or I'm gonna lose it. I just want to go home. What is this, some kind of kidnapping thing? Did you drug me?
"Sir, please, we can't help you if you don't tell us how you're speaking through the machine."
There's no goddamn machine. There's just me. Just me. Me.
The voice begins to sob in frustration, and the TSA agent feels a sudden wave of inexplicable nausea sweep through her body. There's no speaker on the machine, nowhere for a voice to emanate from. There's only one solution in sight. They need to take this thing apart. Something is very, very wrong with it. She calls over several of her colleagues, and they begin to fiddle with the machine's outer shell, attempting to loosen and remove it. As they do, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air.
Stop! Please, stop! Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just stop, please!
She signals for the others to stop what they're doing, and the screaming ceases. When the voice speaks again, it sounds defeated, exhausted.
What do you want from me? Is it money? I don't have much, but if you let me go, I'll give you whatever I can. Please. My daughter just turned 5. I just want to see her again.
There was the sound of sobbing again. Somehow, when they tried to open the machine, it hurt the man speaking through it. This just gets weirder and weirder. Meanwhile, the interrogator in the nearby room receives word that the businessman is not, in fact, having a mental health crisis. He really did hear someone speaking through the scanner, someone that everyone can now hear. Whoever this mysterious man is, he will not listen to anyone, will not explain where he is or how he got there. He claims that he was having an ordinary day, lost consciousness, and woke up in total darkness. By the time the businessman is released, however, he has already missed his flight to Australia. That does it. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. He marches back over to the body scanner, shoving TSA agents out of the way as he goes. He begins kicking at the scanner, shouting a stream of curses and epithets at the one who caused him to miss his very important flight, the one who may have cost him his promotion. Man or machine, it doesn't matter. This thing is his enemy now. The disembodied voice returns the shouts in kind, warning the businessman to back off, or he may not like what comes next. "I'm warning you." The businessman laughs derisively, egging on the voice inside the scanner. "Oh yeah? What are you gonna do?" The businessman soon gets his answer, though he won't live to understand what it meant. As the voice screams, louder than anyone has heard it be so far, the businessman collapses to the ground. His body convulses, and his eyes roll back. A seizure. The TSA agents attempt to interfere, but as they approach the scanner, they too collapse to the ground. Some are seizing, others are just unconscious. They don't know it, but all of them are suffering from extreme radiation poisoning. The crowd of passengers waiting to go through security breaks apart, people scattering every which way in search of help or a quick exit. In the next 48 hours, everyone who collapsed will be dead. After 2 more weeks, several of the bystanders will be dead too, all because of the one faulty scanner and the strange voice speaking from inside. Before the story can make the news, it is suppressed by SCP Foundation agents embedded in the media. All living witnesses are given amnestics, and the airport is temporarily closed. The cover story is an attempted terrorist attack, and people are all too quick to eat it up. No one will ever know the truth of what happened, or the nature of the device that would become known as SCP-1966. SCP-1966 is a backscatter X-ray device built by a redacted engineering group sometime in the 2000s. It is approximately 3 meters by 4 meters by 4 meters in size. It was purchased by the American Transportation Security Administration for use in an international airport. Passive scans of SCP-1966 reveal no discernible difference between the internal structure of this scanner and other body scanners with the same design. However, it is no ordinary scanner. Shortly after the scanner was placed in its designated airport, it began to emit the sound of a human male voice. So far, the Foundation has been unable to determine where the voice originates from within the structure of the scanner. The voice responds to speech and other auditory stimuli in the vicinity of SCP-1966 and appears to belong to a sentient consciousness that resides within the scanner. It will continue to speak whether or not it is connected to a power source. In conversations with Foundation staff, SCP-1966 has claimed to be an insurance salesman from London, Ontario, by the name of Mr. J. It remembers being at its daughter's 5th birthday party, which, coincidentally, occurred the day before the scanner was placed at the airport. After the party, it reports becoming blind and unconscious. According to SCP-1966, it cannot see or experience any other senses other than hearing, the feeling of pain when the scanner is tampered with, and a sense of vibrations in the vicinity. It also appears to know when it is being moved and when someone is attempting to open its outer casing. When the casing is interfered with, it tends to respond by saying, "Ouch!" and "Stop that!" In terms of the tone of conversation, SCP-1966 can be friendly, or it can be angry to the point of being verbally abusive. Whenever SCP-1966 becomes especially upset, it begins to emit a higher level of ionizing radiation, with levels sometimes spiking to the point of causing immediate fatalities, as well as delayed deaths that occur within 2 weeks of exposure. In order to minimize casualties, it is important that SCP-1966 be kept calm. To this end, Protocol Psi-1966-A was developed. This protocol set a series of rules for Foundation staff to keep in mind while interacting with SCP-1966. First, the entity must always be referred to by the name it gave, Mr. J. If SCP-1966 makes any claims about its memories or identity, they must be accepted without argument or contradiction. Personnel should never reference the Foundation, SCP-1966's current form, its acquisition and history, or where it is being contained. If SCP-1966 expresses any self-destructive urges or sentiments, the on-site director must immediately be notified. Junior staff are not considered qualified to handle this scenario, and swift intervention is necessary to prevent any needless radiation poisoning or casualties. If SCP-1966 asks where it is, or expresses concern about its environment, it should be told that it is currently in the long-term care ward of a Toronto hospital, and that it suffered brain trauma during a car accident. If it asks to speak to its wife or daughter, the only approved response is, "You know you can't talk to them now." This is in reference to the cover story provided to SCP-1966, which is that its wife and daughter died in the same car accident. However, stating this plainly will exacerbate the entity's stress levels and may prove dangerous, so a gentle reminder and correction is preferable. Approximately a year after bringing SCP-1966 into custody, the Foundation tracked down a Mr. J, a London, Ontario-based insurance salesman with a wife and daughter. When interviewed under the guise of a survey, his memories and opinions matched those of SCP-1966 up until the date it was first placed in the airport. He was then observed for 3 years, but nothing anomalous about the man was ever detected. For all intents and purposes, he is a perfectly ordinary, unexceptional man. The most unusual thing about Mr. J is that he has, as far as the Foundation can ascertain, never had contact with SCP-1966. In fact, he has never even set foot in the airport where SCP-1966 was previously in use. Somehow, SCP-1966 has developed an imprint of Mr. J's consciousness, but how exactly that occurred is beyond my understanding. SCP-1966 must be kept in a dedicated bunker 2 kilometers underground. The bunker must have 10-meter thick reinforced concrete walls with an additional 1 meter of radiation shielding in order to prevent any radiation from leaking into the surrounding environment. To further reduce this risk, the location of its bunker must be at least 100 kilometers away from any major cities or population-dense areas, as well as Foundation sites. The current location of SCP-1966's bunker is classified and provided only to those who have received special clearance. The monitoring station for SCP-1966 must be permanently manned by at least 5 Foundation staff with Level 2 clearance or higher. The on-site director for the bunker must have Level 4 clearance and be a certified psychologist. No one may interact with SCP-1966 without the approval of this on-site director, and any interaction with SCP-1966 must conform to Protocol Psi-1966-A. The tale of SCP-1966 has been difficult for me to shake. It is far from the most bizarre anomaly I've researched, or the most dangerous, but there is a compelling tragedy to it. A machine, built only to assist with airport security, found itself suddenly cursed with a consciousness that was not its own. Nothing in the world will convince SCP-1966 that it is not a Canadian family man. Its mind is always occupied by thoughts and memories of a life it will never be able to live. A life that, no matter how real and personal it feels, never belonged to it in the first place. Can any of us be certain we are not suffering from the same folly? How can we be sure that our memories, our names, our very identities are our own? The notion of self is a fragile thing, and SCP-1966 serves as an unsettling reminder that, no matter how secure we feel about who we are, outside observers may be able to see truths about us that we can never hope to comprehend. I never expected to feel quite so existential over an X-ray scanner.
The sun dipped low over Lowell, Massachusetts, casting golden light across the town. At a corner hardware store, the bell above the door chimed softly, announcing a customer's arrival. The man wandered the aisles, his eyes scanning the shelves stacked with familiar tools and trinkets. Among them, something unusual caught his attention. A sleek, metallic clock sat alone on a shelf. Its design was modern, almost futuristic, and its polished surface gleamed under the fluorescent lights. The man picked it up, surprised by its weight. The clock felt alive in his hands, the ticking faint and irregular, almost hesitant. At the counter, the cashier frowned, turning the clock over in his hands. "Never seen this one before," he muttered. With no price tag or barcode, he shrugged. "Take it, on the house." Later that evening, the clock took its place on a mantel. Its odd rhythm filled the quiet house, a faint ticking that seemed to stutter and syncopate. As the hours passed, The ticking softened, fading into silence. At precisely 2:13 a.m., an explosion ripped through the stillness. The blast shook the neighborhood, shattering windows and causing alarms to blare. In the living room, the mantel was scorched, the clock obliterated. Scattered across the floor lay the remains of its owner, their chest torn open. Among the debris was something that didn't belong, brightly colored fragments that shimmered in the moonlight. Candy. Smoke billowed from the chimneys of Metzger's factory mill, painting the horizon in shades of gray. At the gates, workers shuffled in before dawn. Their movements were slow, their breaths shallow. The clang of the iron gate closing behind them marked the start of another endless day. Inside, the factory floor was alive with noise. Machines roared and clattered, their steel arms moving in perfect rhythm. The air was thick with the scent of oil and the metallic tang of sweat. Metzger stood on the platform above it all. His eyes swept over the workers below, cold and calculating. The roar of the machines seemed to flow through him, a sound he knew intimately. "Faster," he said. The foreman at his side stiffened. He didn't question the command. Instead, he barked orders, his voice sharp enough to cut through the din. On the floor, the workers picked up their pace. Hands blurred as they fed the machines, faces twisted with strain. But no one dared stop. The rhythm of the factory demanded it. One worker, a boy barely old enough to be there, hesitated. His fingers fumbled over a bundle of thread, and the machine jammed, producing a metallic groan. The boy froze. His eyes darted toward the looming figure of the foreman, who was already moving toward him. The cane came down hard across the boy's shoulder. He winced, but didn't cry out. "You jam the machine, you waste time," the foreman snapped. His cane pointed to another worker nearby. "Take his place." The boy stumbled back, clutching his arm. The machines didn't stop. They were relentless. Metzger sat in his office. The roar of the factory floor below was a constant hum beneath his feet. He didn't mind it. It was familiar, a reminder of the work being done. His desk was covered in ledgers. Numbers filled the pages, precise and clean. Profits, losses, expenses. Metzger's pen moved steadily, each stroke deliberate. He paused only when the door creaked open behind him. The foreman stepped inside, hat in hand. He hesitated, lingering near the threshold like a man about to deliver bad news. Metzger didn't look up. He merely gestured for the foreman to speak. "There's been talk," the foreman said. The pen stopped mid-stroke. Metzger's eyes flicked up, narrowing slightly. "Talk?" The foreman shifted his weight, glancing at the floor. "Some of the workers, they're unhappy. Hours, conditions." Metzger leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight. His hand rested on the desk, fingers tapping against the wood. "They're saying things, sir, about striking." The room fell silent, except for the muffled roar of the machines below. Metzger's gaze didn't waver. "Stop it," he said finally. The foreman blinked, as if the simplicity of the command caught him off guard. "Sir?" "Stop it," Metzger repeated, leaning forward slightly. His voice was calm, but his words carried the weight of a blade. "Do whatever it takes. They work here because I allow it. Let them remember that." The foreman swallowed hard. "Yes, sir." Metzger picked up his pen again, the conversation already forgotten. That night, the factory gates stood open, their iron bars slick with mist. The machines had finally gone quiet, their relentless rhythm stilled. Metzger stood alone outside, his hands tucked behind his back. The street beyond the factory was dark, save for the faint glow of a distant gas lamp. Beneath it, shadows moved. He saw them clearly now, a small group of workers gathered in whispered conversation. Their faces were tired, but there was something else in their eyes, something sharp. Defiance. Metzger watched from the shadows, his jaw tightening. Their voices were too soft to hear, but the energy was unmistakable. They were planning something. He could feel it. His breath was slow and measured as he turned back to the factory. "Let them try," he muttered. His lips curled into a faint smile. The factory gates were blocked at dawn, workers standing shoulder to shoulder, their faces pale but resolute. They carried signs hastily painted on scraps of wood, the words smudged but clear enough. fair wages, safer conditions, no more 16-hour shifts. Inside the factory, Metzger watched from the second-floor balcony. His foreman stood behind him, shifting nervously.
They're not budging,
the foreman said, his voice tense.
They will,
Metzger replied, calm as ever. He gestured to the gates below.
How long can they hold out without pay, without food?
The foreman hesitated.
Some of the townsfolk are on their side. They're collecting donations.
Metzger's eyes narrowed slightly, the faintest crack in his composure. He gestured to be left alone. Metzger leaned back in his chair as the foreman left, the sound of boots fading down the hall. He reached for the ledger on his desk, flipping it open. Metzger spent hours at his desk, poring over ledgers that refused to balance. The profits he'd built his empire on were bleeding out, lost to strikes and delays. The lamp on his desk flickered, the glow barely illuminating the room. Outside, the faint echoes of chanting lingered in the cold night air. Metzger closed the ledger with a sharp snap and leaned back in his chair. The numbers were worse than he'd feared. He traced a finger along the desk's edge, his jaw tightening.
They'll break before I do,
he murmured to himself. The flickering light caught his attention again, drawing his gaze. The shadows in the corner of the room seemed to stretch unnaturally. He blinked, convinced it was a trick of the failing lamp, but when he looked again, the shadows moved.
You've done well,
a voice said, low and smooth. Metzger froze. His eyes darted to the corner, where a figure now stood. He hadn't heard the door open. The figure was tall, impeccably dressed in a dark suit that seemed to shimmer faintly, almost as though it weren't entirely solid.
You shouldn't be here,
Metzger said, keeping his voice steady. The figure stepped forward, its movements deliberate. Its features were wrong. Metzger couldn't quite grasp them, as if they shifted slightly whenever he tried to focus.
I go where I'm needed,
the figure said, its tone calm.
And tonight, you need me.
What do you want?
Metzger asked. The figure tilted its head slightly, as if the question amused it.
It isn't about what I want. It's about what you need.
The figure gestured broadly, its hand sweeping toward the ledgers and the faint sound of protests outside.
Your empire is crumbling. You're clinging to control, but your grip is slipping.
Metzger's jaw tightened. His hand rested on the desk, fingers drumming against the wood.
I've weathered worse storms,
he said, though the words felt hollow. The figure leaned forward slightly, its shadow stretching unnaturally across the desk.
Not like this. You've done well with the tools at your disposal, but they're crude, outdated. I can refine them.
Metzger didn't reply immediately. His gaze shifted to the flickering lamp, the tension in his shoulders growing heavier.
What are you offering?
He asked finally. The figure reached into its jacket and withdrew a slim, black case. It set the case down on the desk, its movement smooth and deliberate.
Salvation,
the figure said.
Machines that never break, workers that never tire, profits that never dwindle. Your empire will rise to heights you've only dreamed of.
Metzger stared at the case. His instinct told him to push it away, but his ambition kept him rooted.
And what do you want in return?
The figure's smile widened, though it wasn't reassuring.
Only what's necessary.
The room grew colder, the flickering lamp casting erratic shadows. Metzger reached for the case, his fingers brushing the cool surface. It clicked open easily, revealing a single sheet of paper. The symbols on the page shimmered faintly, their shapes shifting and writhing, as if alive. Metzger leaned closer, squinting at the incomprehensible script.
What does it say?
He asked, his voice quieter now.
You expect me to sign something I can't even read?
The figure chuckled softly, a sound like metal grinding against stone.
You don't need to read it. You only need to understand this. Progress demands sacrifice. You've always known that.
The words struck like a hammer. Metzger's fingers curled into a fist, his gaze shifting from the paper to the figure. And if I refuse? He asked. The figure didn't blink. Its presence filled the room, its shadow stretching along the walls.
Then your empire falls. You become just another name forgotten by history. A lesson for the next man who dares to dream as you have.
Metzger's breath slowed. His eyes dropped back to the paper, the symbols seeming to pulse faintly, matching the rhythm of his heartbeat. He picked up the pen. The weight of it felt unnatural in his hand. His name formed slowly on the page, the ink sinking into the surface as though it were alive. As the final stroke dried, the figure snapped the case shut.
You've made the right choice,
it said, stepping back. The room dimmed as the figure retreated into the shadows. By the time Metzger looked up, he was alone again. Beneath him, the floorboards hummed. The factory changed overnight. It began with the machines. They arrived without warning. Metzger had not ordered them, yet here they were, hulking, gleaming things unloaded from unmarked wagons in the dead of night. The workers whispered about them in hushed tones, their voices trembling with unease. The machines were unlike anything they had ever seen. Their surfaces gleamed unnaturally, untouched by rust or grime, and their designs defied logic. Pipes twisted at impossible angles, gears spun without power. When the workers passed too close, they swore they felt heat radiating from them, though no fire burned nearby. Metzger stood on the factory floor the morning they were installed, watching as the foreman struggled to assemble them. He did not intervene. His gaze was fixed on the largest of them all, a towering construct that dominated the center of the factory. The workers called it the Behemoth. It was a machine unlike any other, a labyrinth of twisting metal and endless conveyor belts. Pipes extended from its core, burrowing into the walls and floors, as if the factory itself were alive. Metzger's journal entry that night was brief but telling. The Behemoth does not sleep. It breathes. The first products were simple, bolts of silk so fine they shimmered in the light, tools crafted with a precision that no human hand could replicate. But the Behemoth's hunger grew. It demanded more raw material, and the workers labored endlessly to feed it. One day, the Behemoth produced something new. Metzger inspected the line personally. His eyes widened as he lifted a small, shining object from the conveyor belt. It was a toy, a delicate, mechanical bird with wings that fluttered when he turned a hidden key. He tested it once, twice. The wings moved perfectly, almost lifelike. "Remarkable," he murmured. But the workers didn't share his awe. They whispered about the Behemoth in terrified tones, swearing they had heard it groan and shudder late at night. Some claimed it spoke, though they dared not repeat what it said. And then the Behemoth began to consume more than raw materials. Metzger noticed it first in the missing time cards, workers who had punched in, but never punched out. "Where are they going?" he asked one morning, his voice sharp as he stood before the foreman. The foreman looked away, his hands tightening around his cane. "I haven't seen them, sir." Metzger's eyes narrowed. "You're lying." The foreman swallowed, but didn't answer. The truth revealed itself soon enough. Metzger had descended to the lower levels one night, drawn by the rhythmic pounding that reverberated through the factory walls. His lantern cast jagged shadows as he followed the sound to a cavernous room he had never seen before. The Behemoth's pipes extended here, their surfaces slick with an unidentifiable substance. The pounding came from within. Metzger's lantern shook as he raised it higher, illuminating the walls. Bones. They were small, almost unrecognizable, but there was no mistaking what they were. His breath caught. The sound of footsteps behind him made him spin. Standing in the doorway was one of the new overseers, its faceless mask glinting in the light. Metzger opened his mouth to speak, but the overseer didn't move. Instead, it tilted its head slightly, as though observing him. Metzger turned and fled. The overseers became the new masters of the factory. They moved silently among the workers, their blank masks and rigid postures unnerving even the foreman. They never spoke, but their presence was enough to enforce obedience. Those who faltered or questioned too loudly were escorted away. They never returned. Metzger began spending more time in his office. He avoided the factory floor, avoiding the sight of the overseers and the sounds of the behemoth's relentless hunger. One day, he noticed the silence in his home. His wife had not called for him that morning. His sons, usually loud and full of mischief, were nowhere to be found. Metzger searched the house, his voice growing hoarse as he called their names. When he returned to the factory that night, he demanded answers from the overseers. "Where are they?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the empty halls. The overseers stood motionless, their masks turned toward him. "Answer me!" Metzger roared. The overseers did not reply. Soon, Metzger's health began to fail. He wrote in his journal of constant headaches, of blood dripping from his nose without warning. His hands trembled as he worked, his vision blurring whenever he looked at the machines for too long. He felt the factory watching him, its hum growing louder in the dead of night. The behemoth's hunger was insatiable now. It consumed everything: wood, metal, flesh. And it produced wonders. Toys that moved like living creatures, clothes that seemed to shimmer with their own light, weapons Metzger didn't recognize but knew instinctively were meant to destroy. On November 13, 1915, Randolph T. Metzger's body was found in his office. The official report claimed a gunshot wound to the head. But deep within the factory, the truth lay hidden. Metzger's brain was harvested, integrated into the behemoth itself. His voice echoed faintly in its endless hum, a ghost trapped within the machine. And the factory roared on. Metzger's legacy should have ended in that office, his broken body slumped in his chair. Yet the factory did not mourn its creator. It roared on, its labyrinth of pipes and machinery twisting deeper into the earth, consuming and transforming. What Metzger began, the factory perfected. For decades it waited in silence, an iron giant asleep beneath the misty horizon. But machines do not rest forever. The waiting ended with whispers, quiet at first, carried on the wind and through the voices of Lowell's weary residents. A wrench was found moving without touch, a mirror reflecting strangers' faces, toys twitching on shelves as if stirred by unseen hands. The candy was the first thread that tied it all together. Bright, perfect pieces that appeared in homes and stores, tucked into shopping bags or left behind on countertops. Those who found it soon learned its price. Foundation agents arrived under cover of night, their black vehicles slicing through Lowell's fog like scalpels. They scoured the town, their reports growing stranger with each discovery. A stuffed bear that hummed lullabies in a voice almost human. A wrench that twisted itself to fit the grip of its user's hand. A mirror that showed something just behind the viewer, always there, always waiting. Every anomaly led them to a single source, a factory long abandoned, its name eroded from history, but its shadow still falling heavy on the town. The structure loomed on the outskirts of Lowell, a relic of another era. Rusted smokestacks stabbed at the sky, skeletal reminders of its glory days. The gate, choked with ivy and tarnished with age, creaked open at the agent's touch.
"Doesn't feel right,"
one of them murmured, his voice barely audible over the groan of rusted hinges.
"Does it ever?"
his partner replied, stepping through. The courtyard was a graveyard of industry, littered with twisted beams and shattered glass. Faded posters whispered warnings from the past, their messages barely legible under layers of grime. A hard worker is a happy worker. The factory demands loyalty. Beneath the agent's boots, the ground trembled faintly, a rhythm too precise to be natural. It was a pulse, the memory of grinding gears buried deep within the earth. Inside, the air grew colder. Their flashlights cast long shadows down the hallways, illuminating pipes that jutted at impossible angles, their surfaces unnaturally smooth. Machines sat dormant, untouched by time, their gears gleaming with a strange vitality.
"You hear that?"
one of them whispered, stopping mid-step. Another agent turned, his flashlight sweeping the corridor.
"I hear everything."
The further they ventured, the less human the factory became. It was alive now, bending to the will of something vast and unseen. They found the candy first. Small piles of it lined a conveyor belt that stretched into the darkness. The pieces glistened under the dim light. The hum of machinery surrounded them, a sound that grew louder the longer they lingered.
Why candy?
One agent asked, his voice uneasy. Another shook his head.
Not just candy. Look closer.
Then the grinding began. At first it was faint, like the stirring of a sleeping beast, but it grew quickly, echoing through the halls and rattling the very air. The agents froze as the sound built to a crescendo, the walls around them seeming to breathe with the vibrations.
What the hell's that?
One of them muttered, gripping his flashlight tighter. Nobody answered. At the heart of the factory, they found the door. It was massive, its rusted chains stretched taut across its surface. Warnings in dozens of languages covered the metal, some scrawled hastily, others etched with care. The markings glowed faintly, ancient symbols that defied understanding. The ground vibrated in perfect rhythm, a heartbeat that pulsed through their boots and up their spines. The air itself seemed to shift, heavy with a presence they couldn't see, but felt pressing against their skin.
Do we open it?
Someone asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The team leader hesitated. His hand hovered near the rusted chains, but the grinding sound grew deafening.
No,
he said finally, stepping back.
Whatever's behind that door, it doesn't need us to let it out.
Something stirred behind the door. They felt it before they saw anything. A vast, unknowable awareness watching from the shadows. The grinding sound reached its peak, a deafening roar that drowned out every other thought. And then, the door moved. The agent stood frozen as the chains rattled and the warnings burned brighter. The factory had waited long enough. It was awake. And somewhere deep within, a voice echoed through the endless labyrinth of steel and gears.
"Gentlemen,"
it said, smooth and triumphant,
"I do declare, the factory is back in business."
the anomaly in question, that has come to be designated as SCP-748, is no longer confined to Lowell. GPS readings suggest that it operates in tandem with hundreds of similar facilities scattered across the globe, from Tokyo to Liverpool, Sao Paulo, and beyond. These instances are linked through dimensional anomalies, allowing them to function as one unified entity. While the exact number of linked factories remains unknown, their combined scale defies containment and comprehension. At the core of the factory lies the Infinity Engine, an immense, self-sustaining production system. Its primary function: to create. From everyday consumer goods to horrifying weapons of destruction, the factory's output is boundless. Its raw materials are anything it can consume: metal, wood, flesh, or even the ground itself. The factory's products appear worldwide in what the Foundation designates as Mammon events. There are the Alpha Mammon events, in which the factory harvests materials through SCP-748-5 entities and converts them into products. No distinction is made between living and non-living matter during this process. And there are also Omega Mammon events, in which anomalous items, ranging from toys to weapons, manifest in retail stores globally. These products are irresistible to consumers, but carry deadly consequences. Transactions involving them leave no trace. Money vanishes upon use, and digital records dissolve into nothingness. The first Omega Mammon event resulted in 33 fatalities, a precursor to widespread chaos. Site-68, once the Foundation's primary containment site for SCP-748, has been lost. Personnel were systematically converted into SCP-748-5 entities, while the site itself was salvaged and absorbed into the factory's growing infrastructure. The factory's metamorphic state, walls shifting unpredictably and machinery erupting without warning, renders surveillance and containment impossible. Efforts to recover control have resulted in catastrophic failures. Drones and CCTV are destroyed or distorted, and personnel sent into the factory are rarely seen again. The workforce that once powered Metzger's mills has been replaced by humanoid machines known as SCP-748-5. These entities are the remnants of human workers and Site-68 personnel, surgically and mechanically altered into grotesque industrial automatons. SCP-748-5 entities lack skin, their bodies plastinated with an advanced, flexible material. Their faces have been replaced by phonograph-style horns, emitting static-laden sounds. Their left hands are replaced with industrial tools, such as circular saws or sickles, while iron cages on their backs carry harvested materials. SCP-748-5 can phase in and out of physical reality, rendering them intangible and impossible to physically restrain. They can self-destruct, leaving no recoverable evidence for research. The overseers roam freely, harvesting materials indiscriminately, spreading the factory's influence with surgical precision. The factory's inner workings are dominated by machinery that defies logic and physics. There is a vast network of alien devices scattered throughout the factory, each one operating autonomously and self-repairing. These machines have been designated as SCP-748-2. They are all eerily pristine, untouched by rust or decay, and appear to shift subtly when unobserved. Then there is SCP-748-3. They are pillar-like structures housing preserved human brains, submerged in green liquid, and functioning as storage units for the factory's memory. These brains are thoughtless tools, extending Metzger's influence across the network. At the center lies the Behemoth, or SCP-748-4. Metzger's brain serves as the factory's central intelligence. Now a biomechanical entity weighing over 275 tons, SCP-748-4 communicates in distorted tones, issuing orders and proclamations to the global network of factories. Metzger's voice declares the factory's ultimate purpose.
The world will be divided, producers and consumers. Those who resist will be industrialized.
The Foundation has officially classified SCP-748 as Keter. It is uncontainable. Instead, they are focusing on mitigating Mammon events and limiting the spread of its products. It is a mild evening in Paris, France, and the sound of ticking clocks fills a modest church tucked down a less populous street. From the outside, it looks like any ordinary Christian church, but inside, it is quite different. There are gears and cogs on the walls where stained glass windows might ordinarily be placed, and the altar resembles the inner workings of a massive clock. The ticking sound is coming not from any timepieces, but from the congregation themselves. This is a ceremony for members of the Cogwork Orthodoxy, an offshoot of the Mechanists, or the Church of the Broken God. The congregation is small, a little less than a dozen in attendance, but they are devout in their faith. A solemn hush falls over the room as the patriarch stands before them, holding a bottle of holy oil. He beckons up each congregant to the altar, where he anoints them with the oil on whatever cogwork augmentation is most easily accessible. Some have visible gears, others limbs made from brass. One man has a clock in the middle of his forehead like a third eye. After all have been anointed, they return to their seats and bow their heads in solemn prayer. Tick, tick, tick. The sound is rhythmic and constant, like one shared heart thrumming all together. The sound fills the room, steady as it always has been, but then the pace changes suddenly, for the very first time. The ticking comes faster now, less like a familiar clock and more like a bomb ready to go off. It ticks faster, faster, faster. The sound of grinding metal fills the room, interrupting whatever peace remained. The patriarch cries out in pain, holding his chest. His eyes widen, and all of a sudden, his chest explodes, metal fragments flying in every direction. One by one, the rest of the congregation follow, their augmented bodies failing them in a shocking display. Metal legs fuse together, gears grind, spark, and explode. The rifle grafted into one man's arm begins firing at random. An internal combustion engine heart fails, and a woman collapses to the ground. All the while, the initial explosion has set fire to the old wooden beams of the building. It is all going up in flames. By the time the authorities arrive on the scene, over 50,000 euros of damage has been done to the building, and the entire congregation is dead. It doesn't take long for the SCP Foundation to become involved, or for them to suspect foul play. The Cogwork Orthodoxy are relatively peaceful, and have never been involved in an incident quite like this before. No, someone planned this and executed it meticulously. The question is, how and why? Following the 2011 incident at the Cogwork Orthodoxy Church, other cases of this mysterious ailment began popping up. The Foundation was able to take several bodies for autopsy, though the means by which this was accomplished are obscure to me. They determined that the failure of the victims' bodies and augmentations was caused by a parasitic infestation. Somehow, they had all been dosed with the same contaminated material. But what was the link between these parasites and technological failure on a massive, deadly scale? The clues were scarce, and there was little to point the Foundation in the direction of motive or means, as dozens of deaths were reported. With little else to go on, the Foundation classified the parasites SCP-3859. Whatever their exact nature, they were like nothing anyone had ever seen before. That much was certain, even if nothing else was. They were able to interview a victim after all of the previous infected had died on the scene. Following one of the attacks in Lyon, a Maxwellist was kept alive long enough for the Foundation to conduct an interview. He was able to communicate via writing, but the state of his SCP-3859 infestation rendered him unable to speak, as it interfered with the function of his vocal processors. Rather than transmitting anything he wanted to say, they instead played a continuously looping message in French that translated to,
"You are nothing but an engine powered by ignorance. Forsake your superstition, your god of metal, your blind faith that has caused you to suffer. We have created the antivirus for your technological blight, the firewall to cleanse Europe of your influence. You are nothing but a flaw in history, and we shall cut you out. Vive la rationalité! Vive l'atheisme!"
The message continued to play until the subject's artificial pineal gland was destroyed, killing him. After this incident, the trail went cold for about a year. More cases turned up, but they brought no information. Then, a surprising development broke it all wide open, tipping over the first card that would bring the entire house down. In late 2015, French parasitologist Frédéric Lacroix was checked into the hospital after his pacemaker failed. While he was being examined, unusual parasites were found in his system. They had somehow eaten away most of his pacemaker, and it failed after 3 days of intensive care. But there was something that set Lacroix apart from other victims of the parasite that the Foundation was beginning to call SCP-3859. He was a staunch atheist. In fact, he was so opposed to organized religion that he had previously been arrested after fighting with a priest in his hometown of Orléans. So what, the Foundation wondered, made him the exception to the rule? Why did the parasites choose him as their first non-religious target? Surely his field of research being parasitology couldn't be a coincidence. They decided to dispatch a team to investigate more thoroughly. Agent Catherine Dubois led a mobile task force operating under the cover story that they were national police officers investigating Lacroix's death. They went to Lacroix's house, attempting to uncover any clues that might indicate his connection to SCP-3859. After Lacroix's widow granted them access to the house, they began a thorough search. In his bedroom, they uncovered a large book entitled The Holy Bible, with commentaries by C.I. Schofield and a guide to Bible study. This struck them as odd, given his atheist leanings, and one of the officers picked it up. It was partially hollow and rattled when shaken. They opened the book and tipped its contents out onto the desk. This would prove to be a mistake, as the desk promptly burst into flames. It had been booby-trapped. Luckily, the task force moved quickly and was able to salvage most of the documents contained within before the fire could consume them. They also put out the fire without alerting the widow Lacroix. But when the task force reached the door, they found more officers waiting there. These strangers also claimed to be from the National Police, but the MTF smelled something fishy, and it wasn't the widow Lacroix making bouillabaisse. There was no way these officers were National Police. They held Rugers when the National Police were known to carry SIG Pros. No, these were not cops. The MTF had to get out of there, and fast. They ran out the back of the house and commandeered a vehicle from a, let's say, somewhat willing civilian. As they drove away, gunfire ricocheted off the body of the car. The enemy officers were in pursuit, and they teleported their car in front of the MTF in an attempt to cut them off. With the assistance of MTF Omega-5, the Jewelers, the task force was able to evade this enemy force. They were also able to connect the weapons and technology to an existing group of interest. They seemed to be affiliated with Rubis, or Recovery, Use, Bellicosity, and Inhibition of Singularities. A deeper look revealed Lacroix's true allegiance. He was a member of Saphir, a militant atheist organization dedicated to wiping out religious organizations worldwide. This was the French branch. The English branch is known as Sapphire. One of the documents recovered from Lacroix's home revealed this allegiance, titled
a brief manifesto against the Mechanite superstition and how to topple it. They described followers of the Mechanite faith as people who look human, but their hearts beat to the tune of clockwork, their breath is the humming of a computer fan, and their muscles bulge with carbon fibers, the likes of which we can only hope to develop. Some of them even go so far as to replace their pineal glands, an organ often associated with the superstitious world. The manifesto lamented the inability of Saphir pamphlets to deprogram Mechanites, people so devoted to their faith that they would change their bodies permanently. But this faith, in the words of the manifesto, would derive their doom. This is where the development of SCP-3859 comes in. In October of 2010, a Mechanite was found and disassembled by Rubis agents. Whether they were alive or not during this process, I could not determine. In this Mechanite's body, Rubis agents found an organic interface virus, or a virus created from nanotechnology. In short, an OIV is like a computer virus made material, made into something that can infect a human body. This virus was intended to respond to strong Mechanite faith and to prevent the organic parts of a person's body from rejecting their new inorganic modifications. But programming can be rewritten, and Saphir was determined to find a way to reverse the purpose of this OIV and cause it to reject these inorganic components. However, they ran into one problem. The virus would not interact directly with the human body. It was engineered for the specific Mechanite it was found in and did not take to other human subjects. But then Dr. LaCroix discovered an ingenious solution. The dead Mechanite was not just full of technological augmentations, they were also infested with hookworms who had been infected with the OIV. He took these hookworms and created a new species named Ancylostoma nedledi, named for the Luddites who destroyed technology deemed evil. The manifesto closed with a goal. By the close of 2015, we expect to eliminate any Mechanite influence on the continent. So Dr. LaCroix created SCP-3859, but he also wound up in a hospital bed, dying as a result of his creation. As one mystery was solved, another revealed itself. What went wrong? The plot only thickened as more Saphir agents died in the wake of LaCroix's death. 6 in total perished from an infestation of SCP-3859. Each was killed when their metal tooth fillings exploded, causing fatal brain hemorrhaging. We know the devastating impact that it has had. Some know it all too well, but what exactly is SCP-3859? The Foundation was able to determine a bit about its nature. It is a microscopic parasite that has been infected with an OIV. This particular OIV results in nanotechnological augmentations to the parasite. It is in the same genus as Old World hookworm, but is hermaphroditic rather than dioecious, setting it apart from most hookworms. It also, closer study has revealed, appears to have been hybridized with tardigrade DNA at some point in the prior 200 generations. The function of SCP-3859 in the human body is to infest hosts with artificial components added to their physiology and to destroy them. Again, this is notably different from ordinary hookworms, who do not normally behave in an aggressive fashion or leave the digestive tracts of their hosts. This would suggest that the technological components of SCP-3859 are causing them to act in defiance of their nature. Saphir's aims in creating this augmented parasite are clear, but what is still unclear is what happened next. Why did LaCroix's creation turn on him? What happened? Well, when I first began looking into SCP-3859, it seemed we would never know for sure. But then, Saphir released a statement, along with some formally classified files. I'll save those for later. First, their statement, issued in December of 2015, to all Saphir agents. Effective immediately, all LaCroix hookworms in possession of Saphir are to be destroyed, and the program is to be discontinued. They are acting indiscriminately, affecting atheist and superstitious alike. 20 have died from infestation, including LaCroix. LaCroix was a traitor and a mechanist. His rank is stripped, and his name will be wiped from our history. The statement is intriguing and includes some bold claims. The Foundation was not able to find any information linking LaCroix to Mechanism or anything indicating him as some sort of double agent. Therefore, I was thrilled when a former Rubis agent was able to help the Foundation decipher LaCroix's original journal entries, eager to see what light they might shed on the whole matter. Nothing could prepare me for what I learned. Saphir's assertions about LaCroix were wrong, and the truth was so much stranger than anyone could have anticipated, even the SCP Foundation. In his writings, Dr. LaCroix referred to the parasites as his children, an impulse that, though unsettling, I can sympathize with.
It is a lonely business, locked away with only one's research for the company. His aims with that research, however, I am a good deal less sympathetic to. Using research on the crucifix protein, a protein supposedly found in the brains of the devoutly religious, he modified the hookworms. Whenever they detected the presence of this compound, the parasites would become aggressive and highly destructive. They would seek out anything unnatural added to the human body and tear it apart with gusto. As a test subject, he selected the congregation of a church, one of whom was known to have a pacemaker. A friend of LaCroix's, hiding in plain sight amongst the clergy, spiked the communion wine with parasites on St. Valentine's Day. The experiment was a success, from LaCroix's perspective at least. One poor parishioner dropped dead of a broken heart that Valentine's Day, or at least of an overloaded pacemaker. The next documented experiment was the fateful day of the Cogwork Orthodox service in Paris, the day that the Foundation first discovered the existence of SCP-3859. LaCroix slipped his children into the holy oil, and there were no survivors. On October 12, 2012, Dr. LaCroix received word from Nova Scotia that one of his Saphir colleagues had died. The cause of death? His teeth exploded, and there were signs that the hookworms had made their way into his system. He had been placed there as an aide to a cardinal, while reporting back to Saphir in secret. LaCroix theorized that he had begun to develop a sense of faith, and thus his death was his own fault. By June 17th of the same year, there were no more mechanists left in central France. Sure, a few fringe believers remained scattered through Paris, but most sects that had previously held a strong presence there either fled the country or simply perished. Dr. LaCroix considered himself victorious, but the bodies had not yet finished piling up. By May 4th, 2014, 10 people who worked alongside Dr. LaCroix on the project were dead. Autopsies revealed that all of them had the hookworms in their systems, and they had all recently been in contact with mechanites. Dr. LaCroix theorized that these colleagues had been hacked, and that the reclaimed technology in their bodies had been hacked by mechanite influences that left them vulnerable to the effects of the parasites. A software update would fix it. At least, that's what he thought. An analysis of the software showed no changes at all. Strange. Perhaps an explanation would reveal itself under further scrutiny. On March 7, 2015, Dr. LaCroix began to feel ill. He experienced tremors, sweating, a fever, and persistent vomiting. The containment of his project had failed, and there were hookworms in his system. Not to worry, though. These hookworms wouldn't do much without the crucifix protein being present. He took some of the antiparasitics kept around at the lab and waited for his symptoms to abate. But on March 15th, he was still feeling ill. It was then that he realized a drastic error he had made. By changing the physiology of the worms and making them hermaphroditic, they were able to reproduce more quickly than the medication could kill them. He checked himself into the hospital for more thorough treatment. After 5 days, the infection had been effectively addressed, and he was ready to recuperate and get back to work. But again, the situation was far worse than he realized. On March 23rd, Dr. LaCroix was working at his desk when he suddenly collapsed to the floor. His heart was seizing up, skipping beats at a time. It was his pacemaker, he realized. Its battery was running out. He would need to go to the hospital as soon as possible to have it repaired. But before he did, he decided to perform a few tests on himself. He took a sample of his blood and analyzed it. What he saw should have been impossible, but nevertheless, there they were. Crucifix proteins in his blood, the blood of a staunch non-believer. The worms were feasting. Somehow he had been poisoned with extreme faith. There was no going back. He was going to die at the hand of his own creation. He checked himself into the hospital and was informed by his doctors that there was nothing wrong with his blood except for the parasites present there. His pacemaker, on the other hand, was severely damaged. Its wires had been severed. Dr. LaCroix knew that the hookworms were the culprit and that he had a week left to live at most. But how had the crucifix proteins made their way into his blood? Had someone somehow injected him with a contaminated sample? But no. As much as he wanted to believe that, he knew it was something else. He had examined other blood samples that he kept around the lab for emergency transfusions, samples from dozens of his colleagues. Every single one of them contained the crucifix protein, and it was naturally occurring. No evidence of tampering. There was only one remaining explanation. His ultimate entry I will simply quote verbatim, and let his dying words speak for themselves. The doctor says there's nothing wrong with my blood other than the parasites, and my pacemaker wires have been severed. I maybe have a week left. I feel as if I am committing treason while writing this. I tested samples I keep in my lab for emergency transfusions. All of our blood has the crucifix protein, and it's occurring naturally. We have failed. In our quest to make the world a reasonable place, we have made it a crusade. Saphir is a cult. Atheism is a religion. God help us. Though its use has decreased since 2015, there are still active instances of SCP-3859 on the European continent. As a countermeasure, anti-parasitic drugs have been introduced into the water supply of France and its surrounding nations. A new EU regulation was also lobbied for by several Foundation companies, increasing food safety standards for items such as Eucharist wafers and other consumables used in religious ceremonies. Any Foundation personnel believed to have been infected with SCP-3859 must be administered a cocktail of antiparasitics and anti-OI viral drugs. The exact makeup of this cocktail may be accessed only by approved Foundation medical personnel. Over the course of my time researching the outskirts of the known world, the places beyond our imaginations, I have come face to face with hundreds of belief systems. Some are off-putting, others comforting, and all of them alien to me. The one constant I have seen again and again is this: extremism, the sort that seeks the elimination of all its opponents through whatever means necessary, always sows the seeds of its own destruction. It seems that Dr. LaCroix sowed those very seeds when he engineered SCP-3859 and reaped them in the most devastating fashion. The story of Saphir and its hookworms, the disease that turned on them when their fervor became violent, is a cautionary tale. Our beliefs can buoy us through the stormy sea of life, can lift us up and keep us sane. But if left entirely unchecked and unexamined, they can steer us straight into our doom.
A face screams in terrible agony. In the darkness, you can't quite make out the shape of its body, but it doesn't look human. It's large and square, almost boxy. Two things you should know. This is a fate worse than death, and it isn't the only one. It's a busy but ordinary day in Hangzhou, China. People are rushing to and from work, going to school, going for walks, buying a hot meal and a cup of tea. But for one young police officer, this is a monumental day. He has been assigned the biggest case of his career, and he grips the stack of files with sweaty, trembling hands as he considers the weight of this moment. It isn't just one case, not really. It's actually six. 6 separate missing person cases that he's beginning to suspect might be connected. Our detective wishes he could take a moment and transport himself away from these harrowing missing person cases and clear his head. But while he's unable to, we can. Thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Raid Shadow Legends, the hit mobile hero collection RPG played by over 80 million players across the world. And they've got some huge news for both new and returning players, the recently added Live Arena. To tell us about it, I've invited a fellow academic to join us today.
Professor Death Knight here with a lesson about Live Arena, the new PvP mode where you can fight against other players in real time. Sounds terrifying? Well, so's going to the dentist. You should still do it. Live Arena has a draft feature where you can pick and ban champions to fight for you. Teamwork. When you win matches, you'll get Live Arena crests towards unlocking special area bonuses, or so I hear. I'm too afraid to try any of this out. All right, class. Any questions?
Yes, Dr. Bob here. What's your personal strategy for Live Arena?
Well, everyone thinks I'll go in fighting, but nobody expects my charm. My best strength is the gift of gab. So when they try to attack, I'll just be like, nice weather we're having, eh? Nobody'll see it coming.
That doesn't sound like a very effective strategy.
Do not pick me for Live Arena. Seriously, don't. I'm too young to be bone meal.
Well, thank you for your...
Class dismissed! Do we have a bell? Oh, we should totally get a bell.
Class definitely not dismissed, but there's a bunch of brand new content in Raid Shadow Legends related to the animated limited series Call of the Arbiter, including a free legendary champion, the mighty orc warlord Artak. All you have to do to get him is log into Raid for 7 days between now and July 24th. Easy. New players, use my link or scan the QR code right here and get a free starter pack with this cool in-game loot. So just hit my link in the description and I'll see you on the battlefield. And now, back to the case at hand. The detective was beginning to suspect that the 6 separate missing person cases might be connected. At first glance, they seem unrelated. The victims have very little in common, Except one thing. They all worked at the same office. An office that closed 1 month ago, a casualty of international corporate downsizing. No one from his police department has bothered to look into this angle, assuming that it will lead back to more dead leads, but the young officer can't shake the feeling that there is important information waiting for him in that abandoned office building. So, after finishing up his lunch and dabbing the nervous sweat from his brow with a handkerchief from his pocket, he sets off toward the old office building in hopes of cracking the case wide open. As he makes the trip, he considers some other possible theories. Maybe the missing employees skipped town, overwhelmed and depressed from their unexpected job loss. But would they really let their families worry like this? Some of them have wives, husbands, children, all of whom would notice their absence and assume the worst. No, this isn't a simple case of a group of colleagues all vanishing to blow off steam in another city somewhere. Something bad happened. He can just feel it. Maybe they uncovered corporate secrets and someone decided to silence them before they could blow the whistle. But then again, what sort of secrets would be worth killing for at a printer company? It feels worthless trying to guess, trying to fill in the gaps in his knowledge with wild speculation. The only way to find out was to examine the building for himself and see if he can find any clues at all that lead him to the whereabouts of the missing six. When the young officer reaches the building, he finds the door padlocked shut. Luckily, he prepared for this and brought some industrial-strength bolt cutters that snap the lock into pieces with very little effort. Why lock up the building like this? There can't be anything valuable left inside. To prevent squatters, most likely, he assures himself, brushing off the sense of dread creeping up his spine as he walks inside. As he crosses the threshold of the empty office, the first thing he notices is the smell. It reeks of sulfur and bleach, and a whiff of something electrical that stings the inside of his nostrils with each breath. New possibilities turn over in his mind. Perhaps some sort of deadly workplace accident claimed the lives of the missing when they came back in to collect their belongings and clear out the building. Before he can decide if that theory holds any water, his thoughts are interrupted by a piercing scream coming from a nearby room. The officer isn't alone here. There's someone in the building with him, and they sound like they're in trouble. The officer grabs the taser from his holster and runs toward the sound. He skids to a stop, nearly knocking over a water cooler when he reaches the source of the screaming. There's a man hanging from the wall, screaming over and over again. The officer can barely process what he's seeing. The man is covered in machinery, all whirring and clicking as it works. Next to him, a printer is printing sheet after sheet of paper, and all the while, the man screams. The officer recognizes the man's face from one of the files. This is one of the missing employees. He can't determine what is causing the man such distress, and he tries to ask the man what happened to him. The man just continues to scream, eyes wide open and wild, rolling around in their sockets, unfocused and unseeing. The officer grabs the man, attempting to remove him from the wall, but he won't budge. It's as if his body is wired into the wall itself, and the harder the officer tugs, the more it appears as if the man's flesh will begin to tear away. The officer stops, turning his attention to the machinery. Perhaps if he unplugs it, he'll be able to remove the man more easily. He starts with the printer, and as he reaches for its plug, he gets a closer look at the paper it continues to spit out. It doesn't look like any paper he's ever seen, and unable to help himself, he reaches out to touch it. It's warm, soft, pliable, and nauseatingly familiar. It isn't paper at all. It's skin. In that moment, all of the officer's training falls out of his mind, replaced with blind terror. He runs from the building as fast as he can, all the way back to the police station, where he tearfully informs his captain about what he found. This is no longer a police matter, his captain tells him. They need to escalate this to a specialized organization. The young officer is sent home, placed on psychiatric leave, and the next day, the SCP Foundation investigates the building it will come to refer to as SCP-2535. SCP-2535 is a former two-story Hewlett-Packard branch office building in the Jiaoshan district of Hangzhou, China. The building's anomalous nature is characterized by the presence of a detailed network of electrical and biological components of unknown origins. The walls of the building's entire first story are covered with 63,512 USB 2.0 standard A sockets, placed in a grid pattern made up of 20-centimeter semi-regular intervals. Each of these sockets is connected to wires running through the walls, but these are no ordinary wires. They consist of a woven mixture of copper strands and human optic nerve tissue, all wrapped in a layer of keratin. In spite of the inclusion of organic material in their structure, the wires have not shown any signs of decay or deterioration since the Foundation discovered SCP-2535. This curious, off-putting mix of the technological and the biological persists throughout the location, and only gets stranger as one moves deeper into the building. If one were to follow the path of these wires, going against their better judgment and the scream of their most primal instincts, they would find that the wires lead to a room on the building's second floor. The room is currently inaccessible, but is thought to have once been the server room. Whatever is blocking the door is large enough that it cannot be budged, and non-intrusive imaging has determined that it is some sort of biological mass. The inside of the former server room, like the wires that lead there, emits heat at a consistent temperature of 47.6 degrees Celsius. Foundation personnel who approached the room have reported a persistent smell of sulfur and ozone coming from inside, as well as the loud sound of a running printer. 317 of the USB socket and power outlets in SCP-2535 are connected to HP brand USB 2.0 compatible devices. Of these devices, 20 have displayed anomalous, potentially ectoentropic functions. But what exactly does that mean? Allow me to elaborate. Just remember, you asked for this. Don't blame me if you aren't able to stomach the details. There are 5 former employees of the Hewlett-Packard Hangzhou branch still located inside of SCP-2535. These employees are in an anomalous sort of status, requiring no sleep, food, or water, in spite of their continued, seemingly endless consciousness. Since the building's discovery in April of 2013, they have not changed in any way, or at least not in any visible way. All attempts to remove these former employees from their, let's call them predicaments, have proven unsuccessful. Allow me to discard any euphemism and explain just what exactly became of these unfortunate workers. First, there is Guo Pingping, the former branch manager. He can be found in the bathroom near the receptionist desk on the first floor. Guo's head has been forced into the feed tray of a DP DeskJet 1112 printer, which is plugged into the wall. This is troubling for a number of reasons, one of which is that the internal dimensions of this particular DeskJet model's feed tray are not large enough to accommodate a human head, and its components are not strong enough to crush a human skull into a shape that would fit. Nonetheless, Guo's head is firmly lodged into the feed tray. One would assume this would have killed him, but his body continues to move, kicking and thrashing about as if he is in pain. The former assistant branch manager, James Gu Yonggun, is located in the employee pantry on the building's second floor. His body is attached to the wall in a vertical position, held there via 92 20-inch USB 2.0 M-M cables. 5 additional cables have been used to secure the actuating unit of an HP DeskJet 2540 all-in-one printer to Gu's lower jaw. The arm of the actuating unit is also attached to a single HP-10 original ink cartridge in the color black. This ink cartridge is attached into Gu's throat at a continuous rate of 1 stroke per second, and in defiance of the known properties of ordinary ink cartridges, has yet to run out of ink in the years since its discovery. Gu appears to be partially conscious, but is unable to communicate intelligibly when addressed. The former Human Resources Department head, Angel Lee Hui-min, is still in her former office on the second floor, though she no longer performs the duties of her old position. She is still, in a sense, in human resources, or rather, is a human resource. I apologize. Sometimes I have to make a joke to cope with the dark subject matter at hand, but Angel's fate is no laughing matter. Like Gu, she is attached to the wall via a series of USB cables. There is an additional cable, one of unspecified length, inserted into her lower abdomen, which is slightly distended, as though filled with a foreign object. Though a proper analysis has not yet been conducted, the variety of sounds and motions originating from the area seem to indicate that there is a fully operational HP USB single-station thermal receipt printer lodged near her small intestine. As a consequence of this, a never-ending stream of thermal receipt paper is pouring from Angel's mouth at all times, causing her considerable pain and distress. Wang Liang, the former head of the IT department, is permanently placed near the water cooler on the first floor. Like the others, he's bound to the wall by several USB cables, 37 to be exact. There are 12 HP ScanJet 200 scanners pressed against his body, all switched on and running at all times. Next to him, an HP DeskJet 1112 printer is attached to the wall and constantly printing out sheets of something. A closer inspection reveals that it is not paper, but rather sheets of skin. He is conscious, but no successful interview with Wang has been conducted due to his nearly constant, wordless screams of agony. The fifth human subject found in SCP-2535 is Chen Yupeng, who once worked as a trainee technical writer. Now he spends his days in the branch manager's office on the second floor of the building. His body has been wedged into the paper tray and backup paper tray of an HP LaserJet Pro 500 multifunction printer, which has been plugged into the wall via a standard power cable and a 3-feet USB 2.0 M-M cable. His head sticks out of an aperture cut into the side of the printer. The printer itself functions normally, printing copies of the HP Standard Print Quality Diagnostic page and the HP LaserJet 500 Technical Repair Manual, alternating between the two. Since SCP-2535's discovery, it has not run out of either paper or ink. Chen himself is unconscious and shows signs of severe blood loss that, under ordinary circumstances, likely would have resulted in death by now. During a preliminary inspection of the building, one Foundation operative discovered a Canon Pixma E480 printer in the first-floor janitor's closet. This printer was dented and heavily corroded, most likely from the application of liquid bleach, and was also covered with human teeth marks. It has spent the most recent several years attempting to print a 91-page document, but has been unsuccessful due to an apparent jam in its paper tray and feed mechanism. The seams of the printer occasionally ooze human blood, which DNA testing has matched to Yan Xiaoxia, former creative consultant of the Hangzhou branch. SCP-2535 must be sealed away from the public under the guise of health and safety concerns. At least 2 agents are to be stationed in a nearby building at all times for the purposes of observation. Wherever possible, the inside of SCP-2535 must be soundproofed. All material generated by the building's anomalies must be collected and disposed of on a daily basis. So far, these containment measures have been sufficient to keep civilians away from SCP-2535. As far as the friends and family of the missing employees know, their loved ones were never found. It's better that they think of them as lost or dead, rather than learn what truly became of them. As I was poring over the file for SCP-2535, something curious caught my attention. This is not the only anomaly cataloged by the SCP Foundation concerning a branch of the Hewlett-Packard Corporation. I considered leaving well enough alone, but I've never been particularly good at that. When another path presents itself to me, no matter how dark or foreboding it may seem, I cannot resist the urge to see where it will lead. In this case, the path led me to SCP-2211. SCP-2211 was a collection of 4 anomalies discovered in the Shanghai offices of Hewlett-Packard. Notice that I said was rather than is. More on that later. First, allow me to describe the nature of each anomaly. SCP-2211-1 is a 932-megabyte video file titled simply longsmile.wmv. When played, the video depicts a pair of lips on the right edge of the screen. The lips hold a closed-mouth smile for a moment, then open to reveal teeth. At this point in the video, the camera pans to the right, revealing more and more teeth, seemingly forever. Though the length of the video file is listed as 55 seconds, testing revealed that the file will continue to play, revealing endless, maddening rows of teeth for more than 150 straight hours. It will possibly run even longer than that, but testing was through before that could be seen. The video has no audio track. When longsmile.wmv is played for longer than 59 minutes and 20 seconds, the device used to play it will begin to secrete a small amount of human saliva. A sample of saliva was collected for DNA testing, but the results were inconclusive and did not match any known human being on record. SCP-2211-2 is a 2.0 megabyte audio file entitled EYEE-79.wav. Each playthrough of the audio file is different, but tends to contain bursts of modulated static that go on for 2 to 10 seconds before being cut off for around 0.3 seconds of silence at a time. Like Longsmile, this file can play for a seemingly infinite amount of time, in spite of its listed length of 3 minutes and 3 seconds. When SCP-2211-2 is played for longer than 59 minutes and 20 seconds, the device will begin to secrete a clear fluid, identified as a mixture of water and sodium chloride, amino acids, glutathione, ascorbic acid, and human collagen fibers. Essentially, the device will begin to leak human tears. SCP-2211-3 is a 599 kilobyte file titled r.exe. When this file is run on a computer, it uses up a great deal of memory, causing the device to overheat and its built-in fans to speed up. In spite of the overheating and any damage it might cause, the computer will continue to run until disconnected from its power source. When the file is run for longer than 59 minutes and 20 seconds, air coming through the built-in fans will begin to emit a strong smell of earwax, though no physical traces of earwax have been found. SCP-2211-4 is a USB adapter-powered coffee reheater. When it is plugged into the USB port of a computer, any liquid placed into the container will be heated to approximately 65 degrees Celsius and will also transform into human mucus at a rate of 1 milliliter per minute. This effect is the same whether or not the computer is on. DNA analysis of the mucus revealed that it is a match with the saliva produced by SCP-2211-1. All of this would have been bizarre enough, a series of files and devices that produce human biological material and are seemingly all connected, but something else happened. All instances of SCP-2211 were kept in a pair of containment lockers. However, on June 10, 2014, this containment was breached. I have included a surveillance log transcript that captured the incident. It occurred as follows. Sound of banging metal detected near second floor of Wing B. Door of small item containment locker DAD-2838 is heavily deformed outwards and has experienced a heavy impact from its inside. The sound of banging metal persists for the next 3 minutes as the door of containment locker DAD-2838 begins to burst outwards. Security teams are deployed to cordon off the area and manage the situation. Containment locker DAD-2838 is fully breached from the inside when a segmented humanoid arm emerges, extending to reveal numerous joints along its length. Security teams begin opening fire on the arm to little effect. While the video feed shows that the arm terminates in a 7-fingered hand, personnel present on the scene reported a number of fingers ranging from 5 to approximately 30. The arm repeatedly strikes and breaches the containment locker containing SCP-2211-4, approximately 5 meters from containment locker DAD-2838. It subsequently reaches for SCP-2211-4 and pulls it back into containment locker DAD-2838. No further activity detected. Arm presumed to have dematerialized. Following this incident, the containment locker was examined, but no traces of the many-fingered arm were found inside. Further examination of the locker's contents revealed that SCP-2211-1, 2, and 3 had vanished from their storage media. The files were gone. SCP-2211-4, when tested, no longer displayed any anomalous properties. It was just an ordinary coffee heater, though no staff wanted to use it to heat their coffee, no matter how many times it was washed. Head researcher Min declared SCP-2211 uncontained on August 10, 2014. But there was one more unusual finding. The USB drive that once contained SCP-2211-1 was not empty. There was an untitled text file on the drive. When opened, it simply read, "Got my nose," followed by an unusual text emoticon, : :00, end parentheses, end parentheses. As a man of science, one who has devoted my life to exploring the unexplained and seeking answers to questions that most are afraid to even ask, nothing troubles me quite like a mystery left unsolved. But the tales of these Chinese Hewlett-Packard offices are composed almost entirely of disturbing mysteries, of frayed wires and broken printers, of survivors that cannot tell their stories, and messages we will never get to read. What happened after that Hangzhou branch closed? Was it connected to the findings at the Shanghai branch? Did that mysterious arm grab hold of the Hangzhou team, contorting their bodies into unrecognizable shapes and forcing them to meld with the products they once sold? Or was it once an employee too, broken down into spare parts and trapped as files and desktop beverage warmers? I can't be certain. But I do know this. I'm throwing out my printer. I think I'll just write my notes by hand from now on. I won't necessarily suggest you do the same, but do be careful while handling the machinery. Treat it with respect. After all, you never know if that printer was once as human as you or me. A truck pulls up in front of a quiet suburban home. The faded sign on the truck's flank reads, "Exterminator." It's not the most glamorous job, but hey, someone's got to do it. In all his years of extermination work, this exterminator has seen it all. Ants, termites, rats, but he's never taken a job that he couldn't handle. As he looks out at this sprawling suburban home, he can't help but notice the nicely manicured lawn and the beautifully sculpted topiaries. The trash cans are neatly stacked on the curb, ready for pickup. It doesn't look like the sort of home that would have a vermin problem. But then again, this exterminator knows better than anyone that looks can be deceiving. People often think that only run-down slums will attract vermin, but he knows that even the cleanest kitchens can still have a problem with unwelcome invaders. He jumps from his truck and walks up to the front door, carrying his equipment on his back and a clipboard in his hands. He quickly reviews the specifics of this job from the paper on his clipboard. A woman called his company complaining about a major cockroach infestation, demanding that they send someone right away. He remembers that she sounded downright frantic on the phone, much more agitated than you would expect from a little cockroach problem. Then again, he thinks some people just really don't like bugs. He rings the doorbell and waits. A crabby-looking old woman answers the door. "It's about time that you got here," she snaps. "There's a huge cockroach infestation in the basement, hundreds of them. I want you to go down there and do something about it." "Absolutely, ma'am," says the exterminator politely. Part of his job is assuaging frantic customers. He's used to this sort of thing. So many homeowners are absolutely terrified of insects that they fall to pieces at the sight of a spider or a cockroach. He's accustomed to dealing with all manner of creepy crawlies, so he's not at all worried. He's sure this will be an easy job. "You're in good hands with us. We'll kill those roaches dead," he says, recalling the company slogan that he's required to repeat. "They're in the basement," says the old woman. "I've tried to kill them, but there's too many of them, and they're too fast. I'm way too old to be running after a bunch of bugs. It tires these old bones out. I was down there with a spray can myself, but I just keep getting too tired to keep it up. It's almost like those bugs were making me sleepy." "Of course, ma'am." The exterminator can barely keep from rolling his eyes as this old woman continues to rattle off complaints about the cockroaches in her basement. Of course, there's an easy explanation for all of this. This woman is very old, so she wouldn't be able to run around much without tiring herself out. That's much more plausible than believing that the cockroaches were somehow magically draining her energy. But again, he's used to listening to all sorts of crazy stories from frightened clients, so he doesn't give it much thought. "Then I'll take a look and see what kind of problem you have." The exterminator opens the door to the basement and peers down into the darkness. He gropes blindly for the light switch, and eventually his fingers connect. He flips the switch, and a bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling flickers on. The stairs leading down into the depths of the basement are warped and rickety. He makes a mental note to watch his step as he descends. The boards ominously creak under his feet. The basement is filled with junk, all the accumulated debris of the owner's whole life. He sees piles of cardboard boxes overflowing with old books and raggedy clothes. Paint cans are stacked in the corner in defiance of any pretensions to fire safety. The boiler rattles and wheezes. It sounds like it might need to be replaced fairly soon. The air smells damp and musty, and he wonders if the old woman has ever cleaned this basement. Looking at this mess, it's no wonder that she would have a problem with cockroaches. The exterminator can't help but think about how messy and decrepit this cellar looks compared to the immaculate facade of the house outside. The exterminator pulls out his flashlight and flicks it on. He aims it into the corners, hoping to see some evidence of this insect invasion. He sees nothing. The old woman described a basement infested with hordes of insects, yet he doesn't see a single one. He stifles a yawn. Why does he feel so sleepy? This job must be more draining than he thought, because he's already feeling spent. Could it be that the old woman was right? Is there something in the basement that is making him sleepy? Could it be something about those cockroaches that she blames? No, that's just ridiculous. He knows enough about cockroaches to know that can't be the case, and he's not about to start believing fantasies now. He's a rational guy. He knows that you can't lose your head and expect to do well in this line of work. Besides, he reminds himself, he still hasn't actually seen any evidence of a cockroach problem at all. He continues to poke around the basement and still finds nothing. He frowns. This is really concerning. First of all, he doesn't relish the idea of explaining to the old woman upstairs that she doesn't actually have a cockroach problem at all. She's probably not going to take kindly to him telling her that she's delusional. But also, he was hoping that this would be a big job. If he can't find any bugs, he won't be able to justify charging the old woman for this visit. What a waste of his time. Suddenly, he catches movement out of the corner of his eye. He spins around, aiming his flashlight into the corner, just quick enough to see something scuttle through a crack in the wall. Did he imagine that? No, he tells himself. He definitely saw something. Great. He approaches the corner, his spirit suddenly buoyed again. He's happy that he'll actually have something to report to his upstairs client. Maybe he'll find a whole nest in that crack. That would be great. He could justify recommending a full house fumigation then, and that would bring some much-needed cash into the business. He narrows his eyes and peers closer. Even with his flashlight beam trained on the crack, it's so dark in the basement that it's hard to see. He can see the wooden boards of the house's superstructure through the flaking paint on the wall, and if he squints just right, he thinks he can just see something squirming right there between the boards. Whatever it is, it stops moving when his flashlight beam washes over it. That's very unusual. He knows from experience that when you turn over a rock, bugs will always race for cover. They aren't smart enough to play dead, yet that's exactly what it looks like this insect is doing. He rubs his eyes with his free hand, trying to blink away his sudden sleepiness. He's feeling even drowsier than before, but he really needs to finish this job. He moves in closer, and the cockroach decides to make a break for it. The insect skitters away, desperately trying to worm its little gray body between the boards to escape. The exterminator moves fast. He pulls a pair of tweezers from his pocket and pinches them closed on the squirming insect's abdomen before it can wriggle away. He holds it up close to his nose so that he can get a better look at his prey. The exterminator laughs. He's seen every kind of insect in his time, and he can recognize a cockroach when he sees it. This is no cockroach. He can tell from a glance that he's looking at a perfectly harmless cricket. Like so many people, that old woman must have just panicked at the sight of a bug and assumed it was a cockroach. That's good. Most people don't mind having crickets in their home, so this old lady will probably be happy to hear the news. Then again, is it a cricket? When he looks closer, he sees that it's got some unusual features. There are strange barbed hooks visible on the underside of its abdomen, sharp enough that even an experienced exterminator like him thinks better of holding this thing too close to his face. Are those stingers? Could this bug be poisonous? And even stranger, if he looks closer, he thinks he might even see metal wires protruding from its exoskeleton. The exterminator yawns again, rubbing his eyes. He suddenly feels so sleepy. What's wrong with him? Did he not get enough sleep last night? I should have had a second cup of coffee this morning, he tells himself. Why can't I keep focused? His words trail off as, all at once, sleep overtakes him. He collapses to the floor with a thud, dropping his tweezers. The cricket bounces free as the tweezers fall from his hands. The cricket drops to the floor and quickly rights itself. Instead of running, though, the tiny insect turns around. It skitters toward the prone form of the exterminator, making a straight line for his head as if it were moving with intelligent purpose. This doesn't look like the frantic, stimulus response movements of an insect. The insect crawls over the slumbering man's face, hoisting itself over his chin, then lips, and then right up to his left nostril. With one sudden movement, the cricket slithers up his nose and disappears. The exterminator snorts and mumbles in his sleep, but the sensations of an insect wriggling up his nose does nothing to rouse him from his sleep. After a few minutes, the exterminator blinks his eyes open. He sits up with a groan and rubs his head. What the hell just happened? Did he pass out? How embarrassing. He looks around, finding his tweezers and his flashlight on the ground next to him. But no matter where he looks, he can't see the insect anymore. Where did it go? He returns to the crack in the wall for a second look, but sees nothing. Absently, the exterminator rubs his nose. He feels a vague discomfort in his sinuses, and he wonders if maybe his allergies are acting up. But otherwise, he remembers nothing about his bizarre experience. He probes his fingers into the crack and wiggles them around, hoping to find some evidence of the missing insect. There's nothing there. Well, at least he knows what he's dealing with, and it's definitely no cockroach. Eventually, he shrugs his shoulders helplessly and returns upstairs. "Did you find the cockroaches?" asks the old woman when he returns to the top of the stairs. "I know there are roaches down there." He shakes his head. "Ma'am, I searched the whole basement and I didn't find any cockroaches." He explains to her that all he could find in the basement was a harmless cricket. The old woman starts to argue with him, insisting that what she saw in her basement was no cricket, but the exterminator has already made up his mind. This is annoying. He thought that she would be happy to hear that she doesn't have roaches, but now she just wants to make a fuss. He's not going to waste any more time on this nonsense, not when he has real work to do. He shakes his head as he repacks his equipment and prepares to leave. The exterminator returns to his truck and turns the ignition. As he pulls away, his mind is already mulling his next job. He doesn't give another thought to this crabby old woman and her paranoia about cockroaches. He doesn't stop to wonder what became of that strange cricket that he found. It probably just crawled back into the wall, he thinks. He certainly would have no reason to think that the cricket is still with him, a new and permanent hitchhiker inside his head. The exterminator had just acquired a new lifelong friend, a lifelong friend that we call SCP-2119. SCP-2119 is a biomechanical creature that resembles a small gray insect, ranging from 5 to 15 millimeters in length, with a segmented body, 6-jointed legs, and protrusions from the head and abdomen that resemble antennae and oviposters respectively. However, SCP-2119 does not appear to reproduce by any means known to man, so these oviposters are likely simply a form of mimicry, something added to give SCP-2119 the appearance of a common insect to make it less conspicuous to humans. Genetic testing has determined that the organic parts of SCP-2119 are largely identical to those of Gryllus rubens, otherwise known as the southwestern field cricket. One notable difference between SCP-2119 and the field cricket, though, is that SCP-2119, also known as the transmitting parasite, has 6 barbed hooks on the underside of its body. Strangely, SCP-2119 also contains mechanical parts, including silicon parts that do not match any known make and platinum wiring, leading Foundation researchers to assume that SCP-2119 is an artificial life form. At this moment, who made SCP-2119 and why remains a mystery. In many ways, SCP-2119 not only looks like a normal insect, but also acts like one. It apparently possesses extremely rudimentary self-awareness and intelligence comparable to that of its insect brethren, being able to sense potential hosts or detect danger. It displays many normal self-preservation instincts common to insect life. If discovered by a conscious human, it will flee or hide, but it does possess one self-defense measure that no normal insect does. Any human who comes into the proximity of SCP-2119 will start to feel drowsy, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness within 3 to 8 minutes. Once a human subject is unconscious, SCP-2119 will enter their head, either through the nostrils or the ear canal, and eventually make its way to the subject's brain, where it will use its barbed hooks to attach itself to the corpus callosum, which are the nerve fibers that permit communication between the left and right side of the brain. The human subject will gradually wake up with no memory of the event. After waking, the subject will return to their normal routine and continue living just as if they were unaffected. It does not appear that infection with the transmitting parasite causes any physical, mental, or psychological damage to hosts or impairs their daily lives in any way. All attempts to physically remove SCP-2119 from a host's brain have so far resulted in the death of the host, as SCP-2119 appears to have some way of halting a host's brain activity when it's threatened. Once a host is dead, SCP-2119 will exit the host's head, again either via the nostrils or ear canal, when it determines that no other humans are in the area. Once SCP-2119 has taken up residence in a host's brain, it will start broadcasting a 514.1875 MHz radio signal with a range of approximately 3 kilometers, consisting of a tone lasting 0.05 seconds at 2-second intervals, possibly with the intent of locating other infected human hosts. Once a connection has been established, specimens will transmit a continuous stream of tones of variable lengths between instances, ranging from 70 Hz to 1,305 Hz, with wavelengths ranging from 480 centimeters to 25 centimeters. Foundation personnel have so far been unable to discern any pattern in the signal, so it is unknown if it is a form of communication or simply random. Most insidious of all, SCP-2119 seems able to spontaneously manifest inside human brains without entering through the ear or nose. Humans coming into the proximity of an infected host have a 14% chance of spontaneously manifesting an instance of SCP-2119 in their own brains. Since SCP-2119 has no visible means of reproduction, exactly how it does this continues to baffle Foundation scientists. SCP-2119 specimens are stored individually in hermetically sealed tanks composed of RF-shielded glass and only removed for testing. Tests are to be conducted in hermetically sealed chambers composed of steel-reinforced concrete walls to block SCP-2119's radio transmissions. All personnel handling specimens of SCP-2119 are required to wear Level 3 hazardous material suits to protect them from infection. SCP-2119 was recently updated from the Euclid to Keter designation after a peculiar incident where all known hosts suddenly ceased all movement, respiration, and brain activity, effectively dying. After 7 minutes and 12 seconds, the subjects revived with no ill effects from their apparent deaths and no memory of the incident. During the 7-minute interval, though, the transmitting parasites ceased broadcasting their usual static noises and instead broadcast what appears to have been a casual workplace conversation between 2 technicians working for whatever entity manufactures SCP-2119. All subjects infected with SCP-2119 began to emit a strange scraping noise from their throats, which agents later determined was the sound of a chair being dragged across concrete. After this, subjects broadcast a conversation between 2 technicians who appeared to be oblivious to the fact that their words were being transmitted. During this conversation, the 2 technicians complained about a person named Reich, whom the Foundation assumes might be their supervisor, and afterwards, one of the 2 was heard asking for and then drinking a can of Coca-Cola. The broadcast abruptly ended when one of the 2 technicians suddenly noticed that they were live and cut the feed. The name Reich is so far the Foundation's only clue as to who or what is manufacturing SCP-2119, but so far all investigations into determining Reich's identity have been unsuccessful. It is currently impossible to estimate how many people in the general population are infected with SCP-2119, but considering how contagious the parasite is, it is thought to be extremely widespread. Without any known means of deactivating SCP-2119 without killing its host, Containment of SCP-2119 is impossible. Who knows? You might already be infected yourself. It's not as if you would notice. You're on your way home from work after having just finished working a double shift. It's late, and the interstate is completely abandoned. No cars visible either in front or behind you. It's only about a 20-minute drive, but you know you're going to struggle to stay awake, even in this old beater that shakes and rattles as it travels down the long, straight road. The rattling causes a piece of tape to fall off of the gauge cluster, revealing a lit check engine light beneath. You grab the tape and put it back over the light, covering it once again. There, good as new. You turn on the radio, and it comes to life for just a moment before dying. You slap the radio, and it blinks to life for just a second before dying again. You're about to slap it again when you notice lights in your rearview mirror. And more than just a pair of headlights. It's a whole wall of lights. They're getting closer, and quickly too. Before you know it, they look like they're barreling down on you. But then, they suddenly go black, blinking out of existence. Did that trucker just turn off his lights? You think. You have no time to dwell on the thought, because the sound of an explosion suddenly causes you to scream in fright. It sounds like lightning has struck just inches from your car. The inside of your car suddenly lights up with fire and smoke. Has your engine exploded? What's going on? No, it's not coming from you, it's coming from next to you. You don't know where it appeared from, but next to your car is now a massive semi. At least, you think it was a semi. The smoke is so thick it makes you cough, and you quickly can't see. You lose control of the car and slam on the brakes, but you can feel yourself going off the road. As the smoke finally clears up inside of your car, you can see the moon. It's at this moment that you realize you're no longer right side up as the car flips and tumbles through the air. You open your eyes to find that you're still buckled into your seat. You release the seatbelt and drop to the roof of the car. You crawl out to find that your car slid to a stop upside down, several meters from the road. You look around, and far off in the distance, you can see it. The semi that ran you off the road, driving at an almost impossible rate of speed off into the night. You look back at your car, which is completely totaled, and wonder what you're going to do now. It's late the next morning when you finally get back home. The police did not seem to believe your story about the magically appearing semi-truck causing your single-car accident, but they did at least give you a ride back home after administering a sobriety test. You enter your small studio apartment and look around at the sparsely decorated room, wondering how you're going to pay rent next month if you can't get to your job. You go to the fridge and open the door, but there's nothing inside except for a carton of milk that's well past its expiration date. You open it and take a whiff, but this is too far gone even for your state of desperation. You close the fridge and lean on the door, trying to figure out what you're going to do. You're so deep in thought that you barely notice the mail being pushed through the slot in your door. You decide to go pick it up, even though you know it will only be bad news. And you were right. Bills, bills, and more bills. First, second, and final notices. You wonder if you've ever had a piece of good news show up through that slot in your door. What's this, though? The last piece of mail is a battered and folded envelope that looks like it's been used and repurposed many times. It feels thick and heavy, but there's no information on it at all. It's completely blank. You open the envelope, and your eyes light up. Inside is money. It's a stack of crinkled old bills, different denominations, all in a random order, but there's a lot of them. There must be over $1,000 here. And there's something else, too. A note. You unfold the creased and dirty piece of paper to see a simple message that looks like it was hastily written in black crayon. All the note says is, "Sorry about last night. Hope this helps, compadre." You flip the note over and look in the envelope again, but there's nothing else other than the wad of cash. The apology note may have been unsigned, but you weren't the first to receive something like it, and you would be far from the last. The SCP Foundation, though, knows exactly who sent it. This was a message from SCP-3899, also known as the Night Hauler. SCP-3899 is a black Peterbilt 379 semi-trailer truck with an attached trailer, but as you no doubt have determined, this is no ordinary truck. SCP-3899 has the anomalous effect of appearing seemingly at random upon stretches of highway within the continental United States, and usually at a considerable distance away from any other motorists. The truck will manifest already in motion, traveling within roughly 3 kilometers per hour of the posted speed limit, but it will not stay at this speed. Once SCP-3899 has appeared, it will almost immediately begin accelerating, and the speeds it can reach are truly staggering. Despite appearing to be a normal truck, SCP-3899 is able to reach impossibly fast speeds, and it's been observed traveling at over 420 kilometers per hour, or 267 miles per hour. As SCP-3899 flies down the road, it will attempt to avoid other vehicles and roadside objects, and has even been shown the ability to displace itself across short distances, which it seems to mostly do in order to avoid collisions with vehicles. SCP-3899 will disappear and then immediately appear somewhere else, though always within 300 meters of its last location. This reappearance will be accompanied by a thick cloud of dense, black smoke that lab tests have revealed to consist of a mixture of diesel fuel combustion byproducts, volcanic ash, and trace amounts of unidentified human blood. The anomalous truck will only appear at night and will demanifest completely once it encounters direct sunlight, or if it causes an automotive accident, which it has done plenty of times. In one particular incident, undercover SCP Foundation agents working within the Virginia State Department of Transportation became aware of reports of a large black truck appearing on a particular stretch of interstate that had caused multiple accidents. They were able to track down and locate one of the victims of these incidents, a woman named Martha Lewis, who they soon brought in for questioning under the guise of it being a police investigation. The agents questioned Martha on her experience, and she explained her own interaction with the black semi. She said, "It's all still clear in my head. I'm driving down I-64 on my way home and the sun had just gone down. There's no other cars and I'm about to take my exit when out of nowhere this huge truck just appears right next to me. There's a bunch of smoke, like it was on fire or something, and the sound was like a bolt of lightning had just struck right next to me. It all happened so fast. All the smoke clouded my windshield, and before I could really process what was happening, I was plowing right through a concrete divider and into some trees. I think I passed out. When I came to, there were paramedics and cops. They took me to the hospital." The agents asked if anything happened after that, and she said there was one other odd thing. When she left the hospital and went home, there was a letter waiting for her, but it didn't have a return address. Inside was a large amount of U.S. currency in a random assortment of denominations, with many of the bills appearing wrinkled and worn. There was a note in the envelope too, which read, "I'm sorry, didn't mean no harm. For the damages, get y'all a new rig and drive on." Later Foundation analysis of the document revealed that the note was written with a piece of charcoal on non-anomalous notebook paper. Now you're probably asking yourself the same question that the SCP researchers had. Just who is the driver of SCP-3899 that apparently wrote this odd note and also paid for the damages they caused? The operator of the truck, which has been designated as SCP-3899-1, is a very mysterious figure. Observers who have been able to get a brief glimpse inside of the truck as it moves past them at a rapid speed have described the driver as looking only like a silhouette of a slightly overweight male wearing the type of headwear that is typically referred to as a trucker hat. Some reports have also alluded to the presence of what appears to be smoky, tentacle-like appendages within the cab, though all further efforts to determine the exact physical characteristics of 3899-1 have failed, as the truck has proved resistant to any kind of outside scanning equipment. Most of what is known about the driver has come in the form of direct communication, though not in the form of interviews or any other sort of face-to-face interaction. No, while SCP-3899-1 has never been willing to stop and have a discussion with Foundation agents, it does seem more than willing to speak with anyone and everyone in its immediate vicinity over Citizens Band, or CB radio, which is a type of shortwave person-to-person communication system that is popular with many long-haul truckers. In one particular instance, an SCP Foundation helicopter happened to be traveling above a stretch of road where SCP-3899 appeared. An agent within the helicopter began communicating with the anomalous trucker, first asking for their call sign, to which SCP-3899-1 replied,
"I'm the Night Hauler and I'm coming in hot. I know y'all can feel this speed."
After adjusting their volume to compensate for 3899-1's loud response, the agent asked if the entity could explain where they came from. 3899-1 answered with,
"I roll with the wind. My wheels sing sweet love to the blacktop. I'm filling y'all's veins with road salt and exhaust and the smell of burning rubber. Ain't no bother where I'm from. We all gotta live for the ride and die for nothing."
"I see," the agent responded, before asking, "Are you hauling anything in particular?" SCP-3899-1 came back with,
"Ain't you listening, girl? You seeing this? What I got is pure rattling salvation. 18 wheels at a time. When y'all's roads is choked, when the ways is blocked and y'all's speed is all dead and gone, I'm dropping this load and we'll all be drinking gas and breathing smoke.
The agent didn't understand, though, and asked again who they were and what they wanted. 3899-1 replied,
This is for the souls of the road, for the long nights and dead engines, and everyone trying to put that horizon under their wheels. I am the roar of hot iron. I am screaming freedom. I am the death of all barriers. This rig ain't got no quit, honey. I do not stop. Can you feel the rumble? Can you see the fire and smell the burn? I know you can. I can taste your heart, and I know you want to fly apart with me.
When the agent began to answer in the affirmative that they could indeed, quote, feel the rumble, seemingly caught up in the excitement of SCP-3899-1's proclamation, the investigation was quickly halted and the helicopter broke off from its pursuit. Following this incident, the potential mimetic influence of communicating with 3899-1 is under investigation. SCP-3899, being currently uncontainable by any conventional means, has been classified as Keter. Upon reports of it manifesting, all CB radio transmissions emanating from the truck are monitored by nearby Foundation listening posts for attempted contact by SCP-3899 to civilian recipients. Any individuals who are contacted are to be administered Class B amnestics, as are any eyewitnesses of the truck itself. All information about SCP-3899 is to be suppressed, and a disinformation campaign is active to make all reports of a mysterious truck that can appear out of nowhere and move at impossible speeds seem like nothing more than an urban legend. Just what is SCP-3899? Is the driver some sort of anomalous ghost, or perhaps an old, eldritch god, a manifestation of freedom and perpetual motion given physical form as a diesel-powered behemoth on the highway? Perhaps the answer to that question is up to you.
A perfect shot. The photographer holds up his camera, focusing on the deer. Then, the creature turns and stares down the photographer with the face of a human man. A long, elegant neck ending in a mutated abomination. The photographer drops the camera and runs away screaming. He won't be coming back to get it. He'd rather just buy a new one. A woman is walking her dog along the dirt road she's walked down every day for several years. It winds alongside a dense forest and past several large plots of land. Some are occupied by farms, some have been left abandoned. It's a pleasant walk, one she can always count on to be as quiet and peaceful as it is stimulating for her dog, with plenty to look at and smell. Occasionally, he gets distracted by a wild animal, but the odd squirrel or possum is nothing the dog hasn't seen before, and she can quickly get him back on the path with a whistle and a tug of his leash. As the two of them near a familiar bend toward the halfway point of the walk, she can't help but notice that something seems off about the dog's behavior today. His steps are anxious, and his hackles are up. He keeps sniffing the air, tugging at the leash, whining insistently, as if trying to tell her something. She soothes the dog, promising him that there's nothing over there. The area he keeps staring at, a low growl rumbling in his chest, is an abandoned farm. No one's been over there for years, but no matter what she does, he keeps staring at that abandoned farm in the distance. Suddenly, there's a rustling sound, some sort of unseen animal moving through the bushes toward the farm. The noise sets the dog off, and he jolts in its direction, yanking so hard and so abruptly on the leash that it flies out of his owner's hand. Free to pursue whatever had been aggravating him so much, the dog tears off toward the abandoned farm. The woman chases after him, desperate to catch her beloved pet before he gets himself attacked by a wild animal, or worse. She sprints after the dog for half a mile until they've passed the ruins of an old barn and reached a horse paddock that seems to be in surprisingly good condition. As the woman catches her breath, she spots a sign she'd never noticed before on the road. It reads, "The Miracle Farm." The paint is unchipped, vivid, even fresh. This doesn't look abandoned. Her dog barks sharply, and she follows the sound. There he is, crouched low to the ground, shaking and barking at a pair of horses. Wait. No, those aren't horses. They have the hooves, the haunches, the tails, but their upper bodies are all human torso, arms, head, and face. It shouldn't be possible, but her dog is barking at what appears to be a pair of centaurs. She grabs hold of his leash, urging him back from the strange beasts. As she backs away, she hears a sound behind her, like a person imitating the crow of a rooster. She spins around and sees a wide-eyed man with a bright red wattle on his face, feathers jutting out of his neck. He crows again, then stoops to peck at the ground. Just behind the rooster man, she sees even more impossible human-animal hybrids. Rotund, pink-fleshed children with pig noses roll in a puddle of mud. A woman coiled up on a rock stares straight ahead, forked tongue flitting in and out of her mouth as she hisses. This place isn't abandoned after all. There is still a farm here, but it's no ordinary farm. The woman scoops her dog, her completely ordinary non-human dog, into her arms and sprints back toward the dirt road. She keeps going, running all the way home until she can get to a phone, and immediately calls the authorities. The first few people she speaks to laugh at her, accusing her of making a prank call, but one man takes her seriously and records her report. Then he passes it on to his friends at the SCP Foundation. They conduct a raid of the Miracle Farm and find that it is just as bizarre as the woman described. They uncover files in their office detailing that the property once belonged to Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited, before its ownership passed to a private company that specializes in the finest in custom-ordered pets, prey, and companions. Mobile Task Force Theta 2, Moreau's morgue, is deployed to the scene, where they bring all on-hand personnel, clients, and living specimens into custody. Personnel and clients are questioned, then given Class A amnestics and released. The specimens are contained for further study, and the facility is destroyed. But not before the MTF discovers a curious marble statue acting as a fountainhead, providing all drinking water for the animal-human hybrids on site. The statue, depicting the Roman goddess Venus, allows water to flow out of its mouth when pumped in through the base. Somehow, water flowing through it is causing ordinary animals to transform into these bizarre creations. But how? The fountain is quickly removed from the area and brought to the Foundation for further study. And that is the story of how the SCP Foundation got its hands on SCP-1575. As is frequently the case at the SCP Foundation, the research team quickly began conducting controlled experiments using SCP-1575. They exposed a variety of animal test subjects to water that had passed through the fountainhead. I combed through the test logs I was able to access and have compiled some of the most relevant examples of the anomaly's effects on various subjects. I must warn you that some of the imagery contained within may be a bit disturbing, even by SCP Foundation standards. I admit that a few of them turned my significantly desensitized stomach, but still, they fascinate me, and like a train wreck in slow motion, I haven't been able to look away. Test 1575-2 was performed on a female Japanese field mouse, Apodemus argenteus, at the adolescent stage of development. After several weeks of exposure to SCP-1575-1, the mouse began to rapidly increase in size. Over the course of 12 days, the mouse grew to a height of 1.01 meters, a 500% increase in overall body size. As the mouse began to grow, her fur falling out and being replaced with smooth, human skin, her face warping into that of a young human woman, her appetite increased drastically. She was provided a standard field mouse diet of fruits, berries, and nuts, and consumed nearly 95% of her body weight at a given time in this provided food. By the 12th day of her mutation, the mouse's heart was unable to support her rapidly growing body, and it gave out. She died due to failure of her cardiovascular system, leaving behind an eerie half-mouse, half-human creature with a vestigial tail, partially transformed paws, and gray-tinged skin where her fur had once been. Test 1575-4's subject was a pre-adolescent male white-tailed deer, Otocoileus virginianus. The deer began to mutate fairly quickly following exposure to the water, and its initial steps were an alarming sight, to say the least. He began to suffer severe hemorrhaging in the pelvic area as his reproductive organs atrophied. By the end of the mutation cycle, they had disappeared entirely, leaving a smooth, fleshy surface behind. Several male researchers in attendance had to leave the room during the initial bleeding, and one asked to be referred to an on-site counselor regarding a persistent, recurring nightmare inspired by the mutation. The deer's arms and legs changed into human arms and legs, hooves into hands and feet. By the end of the process, which stabilized after 30 days, the deer had become an androgynous-looking Eastern Seaboard Native American person. The only remaining indicators that this had once been something other than human were a tail and antler nubs resembling those characteristic of yearling bucks. After testing the anomaly on prey animals, the researchers decided to explore its effects on a predator. The subject of Test 1575-6 was an adult female Bengal tiger, Panthera tigris tigris. Naturally, there were concerns about the safety of researchers given the subject's aggressive nature. To prevent any accidental injury or death, she was kept sedated for the duration of any hands-on examination. Unfortunately, the application of these sedatives had a negative impact on the tiger's health during the mutation process. After 4 days, before any dramatic visible transformation had even taken place, the tiger experienced failure of the heart, liver, and kidneys. Though this experiment was largely regarded as a failure, it provided the team with a vital piece of information. Sedatives should not be used on test subjects until they were further along in their transformation and at least 80% stabilized. After the tiger, the research team pivoted to the least threatening version of a similar animal, an adolescent female domestic cat, Felis catus. The transformation occurred without incident over the course of 30 days. It was described as unsettling to watch, especially coupled with the pained yowls of the subject, which slowly transformed into the screams of a young woman. But the subject survived the process. Her body stretched and contorted, claws turned to long, pointed fingernails, whiskers fell out, and fur was completely shed. By the time her transformation was complete, there was a young woman in the containment chamber, crawling around on all fours and batting at particles of dust. She retained her tail, the aforementioned pointed nails, and eyes with the same vertical slit pupils she had as a feline. She spoke several times, but only to request additional food. After testing on a cat, the next natural step was to test the anomaly on a dog. For test 1575-9, the subject was an adult female domestic canine, Canis lupus familiaris, of mixed breed. At this point in time, it was believed that the fountainhead had no anomalous effect on invertebrates. Unfortunately, this experiment proved otherwise. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The dog was exposed to the anomalous water, and dramatic signs of mutation soon began to show. First, the dog began shedding all of its fur. At this point, the researchers got an unfortunate look at something that had been hiding in the dog's coat, an infestation of fleas, which were beginning to transform as well. The fleas had quadrupled in size and were continuing to grow. Even more horrifying, their legs had changed into appendages resembling human fingers, and their features rearranged into a nightmarish facsimile of a human face, blood pouring from their open mouths. Unfortunately for the test subject and any researchers present, the fleas were not the only parasite that had infested this dog. On the 6th day of the experiment, the slowly mutating dog collapsed on her side, breathing heavily, exhibiting intense discomfort. Her abdomen began to distend, and nearby researchers could see something wriggling just beneath the skin. The motion became more violent, and the abdomen distended further and further, as if the dog was progressing through the stages of pregnancy at an advanced rate. One of the researchers made an anxious comment about being reminded of a particular scene from the movie Alien and was admonished for it. But he was quickly proven right, because with a sudden burst, a tapeworm with the face of a man erupted through the skin, screaming at the top of its lungs, eyes rolling wildly in its sockets. One researcher vomited, another fainted. The experiment was swiftly aborted, and testing procedures were updated to include a specification that all subjects must be examined for parasites prior to any exposure to SCP-1575. None of the mutated creatures survived this test. The dog test was a colossal failure on many counts, but it inspired the research team to continue testing on non-mammals, not invertebrates, no one wanted to go down that road again, but other animals at least. For test 1575-12, the subject was a pre-adolescent female hyacinth macaw, Anidorhynchus hyacinthinus. The parrot swiftly began to change, and the sound of agonized caws filled the room, along with a sickening snapping sound. After a moment, the sound was identified as breaking bones. The rest of the bird's body, particularly the muscles and organs, were transforming at a faster pace than the skeleton. The body contorted painfully, and the wings began to split, forming into rudimentary fingers and hands. But the transformation never finished, never stabilized. After 20 days, the macaw was dead, and the cause of death was determined to be internal injuries due to these extensive bone fractures. The subject of test 1575-13 was an adult female leopard gecko, Eublepharis macularius. The transformation occurred at an accelerated rate, and within 1 week, the lizard had grown to a height of approximately 4 feet and displayed many human characteristics, including human legs and feet, a face, and a full head of hair. The hands remained unchanged, though they were larger, and the specimen was still capable of climbing up walls, much like an ordinary gecko. At the 10-day mark, the subject experienced catastrophic organ failure as a result of the mutation and expired. One more test on an invertebrate was conducted, this time deliberately. For test 1575-14, the subject was a female common green grasshopper, Homocestus viridulus. As the mutation began, the grasshopper began to shed its exoskeleton in a process best described as flesh forcing its way out of a casing, breaking the exoskeleton into pieces. What was left following this shedding process was a creature resembling the same grasshopper, but 3 times larger and covered in human skin. It continued to grow, but no further human features seemed to develop. After 15 days, it expired. An autopsy revealed the development of human organs inside, including a heart, lungs, kidneys, and liver. The cause of death could not be determined, but the transformation process is thought to have made the subject incompatible with life. The subject of test 1575-15 was an adult female grizzly bear, Ursus arctos horribilis. During the first 29 days of her mutation, the bear did not consume any food or drink aside from SCP-1575-1. Still, she did not appear to experience any hunger or discomfort aside from the pain of the transformation itself. Her body slowly shrank over the course of 30 days, her fur thinning until it left only the ordinary amount of body hair for an average human woman. Notably, the hair was the same color as the fur she had once had. She retained her bear paws, which appeared to be uncomfortably heavy at the ends of her new human arms. Throughout the transformation, stool samples taken from the subject showed excessive amounts of organic matter, such as blood and fatty deposits. After 32 days, the mutation was complete, and the former bear's condition was stable. She did not speak. Instead, she used her newly transformed mouth and voice to grunt and roar. It was much less intimidating coming out of her human mouth, but researchers noted that her paws and claws were still dangerous and should be avoided. The subject of test 1575-16 was an adolescent female Gravy's zebra, also imperial zebra, Equus grevii. Over the course of 27 days, the zebra's main body, hind legs, and most of her head mutated into a human, resembling the appearance of a person native to Africa. However, her front legs and jaw structure remained that of a zebra. The transformation stabilized, leaving her in this half-changed state. She was unable to move without pain, unable to eat, and exhibited extreme distress at her state of existence. When she attempted to walk, she would lose her balance and topple over, lying on the ground in agony. It is uncertain what caused the transformation to halt at such an incomplete stage, but the subject's quality of life had been all but destroyed. After a thorough physical examination, the half-transformed zebra specimen was euthanized as a humane measure. As disturbing as the results of the Foundation's test using SCP-1575 were, they allowed for a more thorough understanding of the anomaly and how it operates. The statue, which was studied extensively, shows no anomalous properties on its own, nor do any samples taken of the marble throw up any red flags. It appeared to be a completely ordinary statue, except for the effect that it has on any water that flows through it. This water, or SCP-1575-1, begins to show its anomalous true colors when consumed by a non-human mammal. Non-human mammals who consume 0.5 or more liters of this water per day will begin to mutate over the course of a month. Perplexingly, impossibly, they will mutate into a human being. During the experiments, it was noted that the ethnicity of the resulting human seems to correspond with the humans native to the natural habitat of the pre-transformation mammal. A European deer displays Caucasian features, for example, while a North American deer resembles a Native American. Domestic dogs and cats have ethnically ambiguous features or appear mixed race, likely due to the mixed backgrounds of their species. Many of the survivors of this process develop vocal cords and are able to speak about their experiences, but their odds of surviving are not great. Female specimens have about a 25% fatality rate. Males have a staggering fatality rate of about 95%. There is a 40% chance that the transformed animal, regardless of sex, will keep at least one premutation feature. These include, but are not limited to, paws, tails, ears, and fur. Across the board, those who survive the mutation process describe it as extremely painful. Though these transformed animals can communicate, they tend to display an intelligence level that aligns with their prior species. There are a few exceptions to this, as some subjects have displayed heightened problem-solving skills, but it is uncertain what exactly caused this shift. Proposed causes include neural restructuring during mutation, or an unintended byproduct of the Foundation testing itself. These transformed instances do not magically become human in behavior, personality, or habits. They retain their animal instincts, memories, and sense of self, give or take some added depression or anxiety brought on by the traumatic and drastic changes they've endured. Humans exposed to this anomalous water do not seem to change at all, which makes a degree of sense. If the water serves to transform mammals into human beings, then a human drinking it has nothing for the water to change. Still, I wouldn't suggest drinking it. Tap water may not taste great, but it's far less likely to mutate you. SCP-1575 is currently held in a 6-meter by 6-meter by 4-meter containment chamber at Biosite 23, with direct access to Research Laboratory 3 at the same site. Unless it is actively in use for an approved test, no water may be allowed into SCP-1575's containment. After testing has concluded, all water used during the test is to be held in quarantine and may only be used for further tests. At the time of my reading, I discovered one addendum added to the file for SCP-1575 by a doctor assigned to the anomaly. It reads, "Following the incident on the 12th of this month, during Test 1575-9, any animal to be used in testing with SCP-1575 is to be thoroughly examined for both external and internal parasites." Our initial beliefs that SCP-1575-1 only affected the primary host has proven wrong. It apparently retains its mutagenic properties, even when ingested secondarily through the host's lower GI tract or bloodstream. We absolutely do not need another instance of half-mutated flea creatures, and the psychologist is having a hard time helping Janet with her nightmares of a 7-foot-long tapeworm with a screaming face tearing out of the belly of a dog. I fear that Janet and I may have those nightmares in common. This imagery will stay with me for quite some time. When it comes to drinking water from mysterious fountains, proceed with caution, my friends. Sure, this particular fountainhead may not trigger mutation in humans, but that doesn't mean it's the only one of its kind out there. Drink from the wrong water spout, and you may find yourself changed, and no one, including me, can predict what you might become.
It's late on a Saturday night in New York City, 11:55 p.m. to be exact. A man is running towards the subway station on 59th Street. He's just gotten off from work at the restaurant where he waits tables, and he's in a hurry to get home and spend some time with his girlfriend. As he approaches the station, he notices something strange. Someone has placed a wooden barrier in front of the entrance. The man has never seen something like this before, but he hasn't lived in Brooklyn very long. Everything about the station looks normal behind the barrier, and he's in a hurry. He doesn't want to have to go several blocks to the next station, so he hops the barrier. What's the worst that could happen? As the man walks onto the train platform, he starts to second-guess his decision. The platform is empty. And come to think of it, he hasn't seen anyone in the station at all. Maybe he did make a mistake. Maybe the station really is closed for repairs. He turns around to leave, but just as he does, he hears a train. Good. Everything is normal. He checks his watch. 11:57 p.m. on the dot. The train comes to a stop, and its doors slide open. It looks a little older than the trains he usually rides, but it appears to be in perfect shape, and it's going the direction of his home, so he steps on board. Just like the station and the platform, there's no one else on the train. Strange, but he's ridden nearly empty trains before, especially late at night, though usually at this time on a Saturday there's at least a few people on board. Just then, he hears something in the station. He turns to see someone running down the platform crying out. "Stop! Stop!" the man in the Mass Transit Authority vest cries, dropping what looks to be his dinner on the platform as he runs. While the MTA worker is still several feet away, the doors snap shut and the train begins to move. The MTA worker cries out again to stop, but he knows there's no point. He watches as the train heads down the tracks and disappears into the darkness. With a sigh, he takes out a walkie-talkie and it squawks to life. "We've lost another one," he says. "Hi, I'm Dr. Bob, and this is SCP-052, also known as the Time-Traveling Train." SCP-052 appears to be a standard-looking Type R4 New York City subway train.
Official city records state that the train was built in 1932 and decommissioned for scrap in 1975. Despite the fact that it should no longer exist, SCP-052 continues to appear on the Uptown AD track at the 59th Street and 8th Avenue station at exactly 11:57 p.m. every Saturday night. The train appears to be in perfect condition, just the same as when it was built over 80 years ago, and it is marked as an A train. Each Saturday, the train arrives at exactly the same time, opens its doors to accept or discharge passengers for precisely 5 minutes, then closes its doors and disappears until the next week. Where did the train come from? And where does it go in between the weekly appearances? These are questions the SCP Foundation is trying to answer, but perhaps the most frightening aspect of SCP-052 is that once you get on the train, there's no guarantee of ever getting off. Sadly, the majority of subjects that have been observed boarding SCP-052 have not been heard from again. The rare few that have been recovered claim to have boarded the train on various dates, ranging from 1976 all the way to the year 2204, with the latter claiming he thought he was boarding a special 300th anniversary train. Thus far, none of the recovered passengers have reported any memories or knowledge of their time on board the train between entering and exiting. Any passengers spotted disembarking from SCP-052 are to be immediately brought to Site 21 for questioning to determine their origin and assess whether they pose any threat to the current time stream. The Foundation has had great success administering Class A amnestics to passengers who arrived from the past and reintegrating them into society. But any passenger who is identified as being from the future must be held indefinitely to prevent potential disruptions to this reality's time stream, per Order 69-A1 from O5 Council Member 05-9. There are currently 26 recovered passengers being held at Site 21 who fit this description, and there are not yet any procedures in place that would allow for their safe release into modern society, nor has there been any workable theories for how to return them to their original home time. Despite the protocols in place to prevent public access, some passengers from the present have still managed to accidentally board SCP-052, and subjects from other times continue to appear. Following interviews, it's been discovered that some of these subjects arrived from alternate timelines and realities. This raises the question of whether it is possible for SCP-052 to appear in other times and places, which may require the containment of additional locations, and reports of any suspicious activity involving unscheduled trains are being monitored and investigated around the world. Following its initial discovery, several tests were attempted in order to better understand the anomalous train and what may be happening when it is no longer visible. The first test took place on May 31, 2009. An agent was told to simply board the train. They did as requested, and have yet to be recovered as of the present date. A second test took place a week later on June 6th. This agent too was never recovered, though reports indicate that he may have returned to our timeline in 1980, at which point he was killed in a confrontation that has since been classified. A third test was conducted the next week on June 13th. Once again, the agent was told to board the train and did so. This time, though, the agent returned. Just 2 weeks later, on June 27th, the agent stepped back off the train, with his hands appearing to have been surgically removed. A note had been placed in his pocket that had the simple message, "Send no more," written on it. The agent claims not to remember any of his experiences on the train over the 2 weeks he was gone, or what may have happened to his hands. Following this third test, O5 Command issued orders stopping the use of Foundation agents as passengers on SCP-052. D-Class, due to their disposable nature as convicted felons and death row inmates, were considered as potential replacements for the agents in the exploration of SCP-052, but the risk of releasing them into the past or the future was determined to be too great. Other than the agent who knowingly boarded the train, several other notable passengers have been recovered. One case involved the recovery of a woman who entered the train on July 14, 2012, but was recovered 4 years earlier on March 8, 2008. She entered the train while on her way home from the theater and was surprised to learn she traveled 4 years into the past. Because another version of her existed at the time she was recovered, she was held to prevent unwanted temporal effects. Another subject was recovered in 2008 who claimed to be from the year 1976. Although there was nothing physically wrong with him and no risk of time stream disruptions, Foundation psychiatrists recommended that he be held indefinitely, as 32 years was believed to be too long a period of time to successfully reintegrate into society. Perhaps the most interesting recovery was of a man claiming to be a Level 4 supervisor from the SCP Federation, who boarded the train in December of 2124. He said that he had been administered a Class A amnestic prior to boarding, and remembered nothing until his recovery in 2010. While the agent can clearly never be released into society, O5 Command has approved the sharing of classified information about various anomalies, in the hopes that he can provide additional information on possible containment procedures. Because SCP-052 has so far proven impossible to stop or remove from the New York City subway system, it has been classified as Euclid. But its predictable nature means that the Foundation is usually able to prevent the public from encountering it. The 59th Street ABCD station is closed to the public between 11 p.m. on Saturday night and 1 a.m. on Sunday morning, under the pretext of track maintenance. Any passengers seen leaving SCP-052 must be taken to Site 21 for debriefing and processing, and members of the public who simply see SCP-052 may be released after the administration of a Class B amnestic. As for what happens to most of the passengers who board SCP-052 and are never seen from again, we simply don't know. 3 SCP Foundation agents stand before a large warehouse. Their mission is simple. Enter the building, find the observation unit that has gone missing inside, recover the data from it, and leave. It should be easy, but the rundown structure they're standing in front of is no ordinary building. This is SCP-015. The leader of the group, a large, muscled man who goes by the codename of Agent 6, slides open a large door on the front of the warehouse, and immediately the whole group is struck by a sight that makes them reconsider just how easy this mission is going to be. In front of them is not a wide-open warehouse floor, but a cramped tunnel leading deeper into the building. The group has a job to do, though, and so the 3 head inside, Agent 2 first, followed by Agent Lon, the data specialist, and finally, Agent 6, the expedition leader in the rear. As they enter the narrow hall of pipes, the light from their flashlights plays off the floor, walls, and ceiling. Flashlights are one of the only items allowed in SCP-015, and they reveal what the researchers had told them in their briefing, that many of the pipes aren't made of standard materials, but instead are all sorts of strange substances like wood, glass, or even bone. The odd series of pipes have formed a twisting tunnel leading deeper into the warehouse. The group must be careful, since the floor is uneven, with pipes occasionally sticking up out of the floor like tree roots, ready to trip the unobservant. The 3 follow the corridors of pipes along the path that they each had to memorize. As they come to branching paths, Agent 2 speaks the series of turns they must take aloud. Left, left, right, left, right, right again, straight, right. And so on as they go deeper and deeper. They'd have to follow the directions exactly if they hope to reach the place where the modular robotic vehicle should be. Left, straight, straight again, right. Just a couple more turns and they'd reach the point where the MRV had sent its last signal before going offline. As they walk, though, they find that some of the passageways are getting more difficult to pass. The pipes have closed in at certain points, choking the already small tunnels down to mere crawlways. At one particularly narrow point, the group must get down on their bellies and pull themselves along the ground. After Lon and 2 exit the tight passage, Agent 6 suddenly calls out to the 2 agents ahead of him. "What is it? What's wrong?" 2 asks. "I'm stuck," comes the response from 6. Lon and 2 grab 6's arms and begin pulling. With a loud grunt from all of them, 6 finally comes free. His pant leg is shredded from the thorny wood that one of the pipes in the narrow tunnel is made from, but he's free, and they can continue on. Finally, after what seemed like an hour of walking, they finally find it. The modular robotic vehicle that had been sent in to investigate the current state of SCP-015. There's something very strange about the robot's condition, though. It looks like it has been speared right through its primary observation unit. A smooth black pipe that appeared to be made of dark fabric had pierced the vehicle right through its camera, but the lens didn't appear broken. Instead, it looked as if the pipe had somehow connected with it, docking inside the lens housing as if the 2 parts were made for each other. Other pipes had protruded from the floors and walls as well, snaking into open spots on the vehicle and
and lifting it up a foot off the ground. They looked over the robot, which was held helpless in the air, its wheels slowly spinning as its internal battery ran down. The agents walked around the MRV, examining it, looking confused about the fate that had befallen it. 6 suddenly broke the silence. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Lon wasn't sure what to do, though. As she got closer to the robot, she noticed that a foul-smelling substance was dripping from the pipe that had merged with the camera. Her job was to remove the data from the MRV, but they also had strict orders not to damage anything in SCP-015. So what was she to do about the robot? Wasn't it technically a part of SCP-015 now? She was worried that if she removed the data cards, then SCP-015 might... Well, she didn't know exactly. 6 didn't buy it, though. The researchers may have told them that 015 reacts, but he could see now that it's just a bunch of weird pipes. Maybe it grows or moves a bit, but how would it even know they were there? It hadn't shown any signs of sentience, let alone sapience. He wasn't going to hang around in here any longer than he had to, though, and if Lon wouldn't get on with it, then he would. 6 moves to the MRV and flips open the data cover on its side. More of the fetid liquid pours out, but he ignores it. Lon and 2 both look at each other. Did the other hear that too? It sounded like steam venting from somewhere deep inside SCP-015. 6 doesn't seem to have heard it, and begins to remove the thin data cards from the MRV. With the data now recovered, he decides to see if he could free the vehicle from the pipes. It wasn't necessarily a mission objective, but why let good Foundation property go to waste when it's right here in front of them? 6 pulls first at the MRV, then the pipes that were running into it, but he can't get it to move. It's completely stuck, seemingly fused to the pipes. "Come on, we've got the data, let's get out of here," 2 says. But 6 isn't done trying. He sets his flashlight down and uses both hands, pushing against the wall of pipes with his foot to gain additional leverage, when suddenly, there's a creaking sound. "Ha! I think I got it." But 6 was mistaken. It wasn't the sound of the MRV coming free that he had heard, but the sound of the floor underneath him giving way. 6 falls into the floor up to his armpits, and the other 2 agents rush to help him. But as they do, they notice the glow and immediate burst of heat coming from the hole. Thickly flowing molten glass begins to fill the hole, and Agent 6 cries for help as they desperately try to pull him free. His cries turn into screams of desperation as they each grab an arm and, after a struggle, finally manage to free him and drag him from the hole. 6 is no longer screaming as he is pulled free, though. His eyes and mouth are locked wide in sheer panic. Lon is now the one who starts to scream, as she realizes that they have pulled only the top half of Agent 6 from the hole above the fiery pit. The bottom half of his body is completely gone, burned away by the heat of the liquid glass. There's no time to be shocked, though, because pipes begin to hiss and ping all around them. A wooden pipe above 2 and Lon suddenly bursts, sending a cloud of dust flying into their faces. It's powdered glass, and it starts to pour out of the broken pipe, covering what's left of 6 completely. 2 spits out a thick stream of blood, his mouth shredded from the glass particles, as Lon desperately tries not to rub them deeper into the cuts in her eyes. They both know they can't stay here, though. They have to run. The pipes are deafening as they move as quickly as they can back the way they came. It sounds like a train is barreling through the building. They're surrounded by chaos. Boiling chemicals pour out of one pipe. Tiny slicing rose thorns spray out of another. They come to a crawlway that's just a couple feet wide, but it's their only way forward, and they have no choice but to enter. 2 dives in and starts crawling. Lon is hesitant, but a blast of steam from a pipe near her head convinces her she has no choice, and she follows after him. 2 wriggles through the narrow passage and is surrounded by more sounds of pipes creaking all around him. Each one seems like it might burst and pour who knows what deadly substance onto him. But he has to suppress his fear and keep moving forward. Finally, he emerges into a wider hallway. He turns and looks back at the hole. Lon should have been right behind him, but there's no sign of her. He sticks his head back in and calls for her. There's no response, but he can hear her still in there, somewhere in the dark, struggling. He has to help her. 2 gets back into the passage and starts crawling. She couldn't have been that far behind him, probably just around the next turn. But as he crawls around the bend, there's nothing there, just another wall of pipes. The passage has been sealed up. It's a dead end. He presses his ear to the wall and can hear Lon screaming on the other side. He hits his flashlight against the pipes in anger. The pipe shakes for a moment, then bursts, spraying out a black liquid that covers his hand. It's some kind of corrosive acid, and he screams as it burns through his gloves to the flesh beneath. He quickly crawls backwards out of the narrow tunnel and emerges back out into the wider passage. Chu cradles his hand, trying not to look at the exposed bone. "I'm sorry," he cries as he runs through the tunnel of pipes towards what he hopes is the exit. "I'll get help. I'll come back, I swear." Lon can't hear his promises, though. She heard what she thought was a pipe burst followed by Chu's cries, but she doesn't know now if he's dead or alive. She decides she has no choice but to go back the way she came. Maybe there's another way out. But after moving just a few inches, her feet touch a solid wall. She's trapped in a space no bigger than a coffin. She feels around, but there's nothing here in the dark. Nothing at all. Just smooth, fuzzy, warm pipes. No, wait. There is something. A gap in the ceiling. But it's just the open end of another pipe. And now, there's something dripping out of it. Droplets of whatever the substance is land on her face, and then a full stream of liquid pours out onto her. She coughs as it gets into her mouth, but then realizes that it's sweet. It's honey? At least it wasn't molten glass or deadly acid. Maybe she could even survive for a time on the liquid until another expedition team came to rescue her. Her brief moment of hope is cut short when she realizes that the pipe isn't stopping and that she's already lying in an inch-deep pool of honey. Lon beats on the walls and ceiling as the honey continues to rise around her and screams for help. She tries to plug the pipe with her fingers, but it's no use. Nothing can stop more and more of it from pouring out. The honey continues to rise around her, and all she can do is scream and claw at the pipes that have created her tomb. She presses her lips to the ceiling in an attempt to gain one last breath before the honey completely fills the space. Her final choking gasps are sickly and sweet as the honey fills her lungs. Agent 2 keeps running through the tunnel of pipes. His hand no longer hurts, at least, either from the shock or from the fact that all the nerve endings had been burned away. The horrible sounds coming from the pipes seem to have stopped too. Maybe he really would make it out of this alive. Lon might have found another way out too. There's no telling how many routes through this maze of pipes exist. He would probably exit the building to find her outside waiting for him. Poor Agent 6, though. He never had a chance after opening that cover on the MRV. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted, though, when his foot catches on an unseen pipe and he falls forward onto the floor. Or rather, he should have fallen on the floor. Instead, a pit opens up in the ground, leading to a steep, sloping floor of pipes. He screams and tries to stop himself, but the slick liquid covering everything makes it impossible for him to slow his descent, and he begins to slide down the pipes. His dimming flashlight shows what seemed to be an endless tunnel of pipes stretching down into the dark. The tube of pipes twisted this way and that, slamming him into the walls on either side, tumbling him head over feet. And the descent never seemed to end. He screamed until his voice went hoarse, then gave out entirely. He didn't have any way to mark the passage of time, other than when his flashlight finally started to flicker and then dim, before finally dying. He slid down the endless tunnel of pipes for what felt like days in the darkness, far deeper than they physically should have been able to go. When the friction of the pipes began to tear his skin away, it was almost welcome. At least there would finally be an end. Following the loss of the SCP-015 recovery team, the data on the modular robotic vehicle was deemed non-vital, and no further expeditions were authorized in order to try and recover it. SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatuses that have completely filled an otherwise nondescript warehouse located in a major American city. Anytime the warehouse is not being directly observed, the pipes will begin to grow, filling nearly all of the available space in the building, but also trying to connect to other nearby structures through the sewer and other subterranean infrastructure systems. The current best estimate of Foundation researchers is that the building contains over 190 kilometers of pipes, which range from just 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter in diameter. While some of these pipes will look new, others have the appearance of being rusted or damaged, with many showing signs of leaking. The pipes are made of a strange assortment of materials as well, including bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. Oddly, no pipes composed of lead, PVC plastic, copper, or any other material one would normally expect to be used for the production of pipes have been found. But by far the strangest anomalous quality of SCP-015 is that it appears to react to aggressors. Should the building detect that the personnel inside of it are carrying tools, or if they make any attempt to either damage or repair any of its pipes, they will trigger an immediate reaction. Pipes near the offending subject will often burst, spraying them with a variety of liquids that have included oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. More and more pipes will continue to burst around the subject until they either retreat from SCP-015 or are killed. SCP-015 was discovered by the Foundation after reports that pipes emanating from a warehouse had mysteriously started to connect to multiple other nearby structures, with no obvious answer for how or why they had suddenly begun emerging from the structure. The pipes were eventually able to be cut back and are now solely within the warehouse once again, but the human cost of containing SCP-015 has been high, and so far, 11 SCP personnel have been killed in their interactions with the anomaly, and an additional 20 are still missing. All of the missing are presumed to also be dead, though there have been reports of banging and screaming coming from within the building that may indicate they are still alive in some form. SCP-015 has been classified as Euclid, and because the building itself is impossible to move, it has been effectively contained on site. The Foundation maintains a gap of at least 2 meters around the warehouse, and no structures are allowed to be built that make contact with the building's outer walls. Should any protrusions from SCP-015 be detected, the pipes are to be immediately capped and sealed. Internal exploration of SCP-015 is permitted with approval from senior staff, but following numerous losses within the site, expedition teams must consist of 3 members, all of whom are equipped with safety lines and GPS tracking. The teams are not allowed to bring any hand or power tools within the building, nor are they to attempt any repairs or maintenance of any kind while inside. There's no need to enforce these rules, though, seeing as SCP-015 appears more than happy to terminate the offenders itself. The SCP Foundation contains many anomalous locations, though SCP-015 may just be one of the strangest.
In the nightmare, you're being chased by something you can never quite make out. It's a tall, dark figure with too many hands, but no face. In the nightmare, you're running down a hallway that keeps getting longer as the monster gains on you. All those grasping hands. One of them reaches out, grabs the scruff of your neck with long, icy fingers, and you jolt upright in bed in a cold sweat, breathing hard, eyes darting around the room as it comes into focus, treating every shadow with terrible suspicion. There's this awful feeling in the air. It's heavy on you, like a weighted blanket. Some terrible new atmosphere. This is more than just the nightmare come down. You know, in your pounding little heart, that there's something in the house. Something that means you and everyone you love some terrible harm. If it hasn't done that already. There are footsteps coming down the hall, slow and creaking. Why, tonight of all nights, did you choose to leave your bedroom door open? Your growing sense of anxiety at least subsides a little when you see a familiar silhouette in the doorway. The shape of your mother come to check on you. You must have been talking in your sleep. "Everything okay, sweetie?" she asks. But that is not your mother's voice. "Mom?" you ask back, small and trembling. She steps into the room, half bathed in the light of the moon shining in through your bedroom window. It's her, but something's wrong. She's wearing a strange mask, like something you'd see above the doors to an old-fashioned theater, cast in grinning porcelain. And her skin, it's a moribund shade of off-white, like a corpse just before it starts rotting. "Why so glum, honey?" The thing that you're sure is not your mother says. She walks toward you, and your whole body tenses up. You want to run, you want to scream, but it's like invisible hands are holding you still. The woman in the mask sits at the foot of your bed. "Where's Dad?" is all you can manage. That's when you notice the kitchen knife in her hand, stained with something that looks black in the moonlight. The thing in the mask laughs and asks if you want to go see him. You don't answer. In a week's time, when it becomes suspicious to friends and neighbors that nobody has left the house in all those days, the police will intrude. They'll find a home that's devoid of all life, and a particularly memorable corpse sitting at the dining room table. It's so rotten it looks almost like it's been burned, despite no other signs of fire in the house. And the pristine white mask still fixed to its face, a strand of black ichor dripping out of its frowning mouth. What you just encountered is a unique anomaly, even among the thousands contained by the SCP Foundation. They have it on file as SCP-035, the Possessive Mask. By now, you know that the Foundation wields unparalleled knowledge in the fields of everything from paranormal happenings, extra-dimensional entities, and the dark art of thaumaturgy. But even amongst that knowledge, the true nature of SCP-035 remains a frightening question mark. To the untrained eye, it looks like little more than a white porcelain comedy mask. Or was it a tragedy mask? According to the first set of researchers assigned to the 035 case, God rest their souls, the expression on the Possessive Mask's face has been known to change between the two, and when it does so, all photographic evidence depicting the mask will also change to match it. And this is one of the minor ways that the mask gets into your head and starts to influence your mind. One constant is that when viewed from the front, a foul-smelling black liquid seems to weep and drool from the eyes and mouth of the mask. This liquid, still unquantified by Foundation research, is highly toxic and corrosive to the touch, gradually breaking down any matter that it comes into contact with, organic or otherwise. Experimentation has yielded the fact that it affects glass the slowest of all, but even then, everything breaks down eventually. If ever you're unlucky enough to find yourself in the presence of the Possessive Mask, you may be able to look beyond all that. You'll find it charming, enticing even. If you pass within 6 feet of the mask, you'll even feel a strong desire to put it on, like its black tendrils are slithering in between the folds of your mind, like it's always been there, like its thoughts and yours are simply one and the same. And if you put on the mask, giving in to what it wants, that will soon be the case. The second the mask comes into contact with the face of a viable host, either a sentient being or an empty humanoid vessel like a mannequin or a corpse, it will produce a powerful alternate brainwave pattern. In a sentient being, like you, this alternate pattern will nullify and erase your consciousness, resulting in immediate death. Think of it like a new landlord evicting an old tenant before moving in himself. When possessed by SCP-035, the mask's corroding effect becomes localized and accelerated on its host, slowly breaking down the body until it's completely inoperable, a lifeless, corroded husk. At this point, it will need to seek a new host. Concerningly for the Foundation, however, the mask can still operate its host after they've sustained a level of damage impossible to survive for any non-anomalous person. SCP-035 has been shown actively possessing hosts that looked like cadavers in an advanced state of decay, causing additional psychological distress to anyone witnessing. But don't make the mistake of thinking that 035, in possession of a host, is some mere mindless zombie. It might be the costliest mistake you ever make. The Possessive Mask is one of the most intelligent, articulate, and manipulative anomalies the SCP Foundation has ever contained, showing a highly magnetic and charismatic personality, capable of conversing at length with the researchers studying it. At times, according to some reports, it seemed as though the mask was the one studying them. It's prone to flattery, slowly warming up its targets, eroding their barriers, letting their guard down. During intelligence and aptitude tests, SCP-035 has consistently been superlative. It also displays remarkable emotional intuition, as well as a photographic memory. The mechanisms behind the nature of the Possessive Mask still elude its most dogged researchers, but in my own humble opinion, the question has a deceptively simple answer. The Possessive Mask is evil. Pure and undiluted evil in its rawest and most malevolent form. The entity is not hateful. In fact, I'd venture to say that it's full of love. And what it loves most is breaking the minds of human beings. Through mere conversations with the mask, the psyches of researchers have been irreparably shattered. It has driven victims to dangerous actions for themselves and others. Murder, torture, indiscriminate violence, all for no other reason than to satisfy its personal sense of sadism. The mask has boasted that it has a complete understanding of the human mind, and given enough time, it could destroy or reshape the mind of anyone simply by talking to them. It's an advanced form of neuro-linguistic programming that the Foundation's finest minds can't even come close to cracking. Researchers with multiple PhDs and years in the fields of anomalous research had been reduced to mindless slaves over the course of a single interview, something that the mask takes a perverse pleasure in. And if you believe that you would be the exception, that you could match wills with the porcelain monster and come out the victor, then you're exactly the kind of mark it seeks. People are often most vulnerable when they're confident. SCP-035 is one of the most dangerous and intelligent Keter-class anomalies that the Foundation have ever encountered, and thus, it requires an exceptional level of precaution and containment with multiple layers of defense. Most immediately, the anomalous mask is contained within a specially created unit composed out of 5 panels of hermetically sealed, 4-inch thick glass. Seeing as glass reacts the slowest to the mask's corrosive black excretions, it's the best compromise for keeping the horrible thing under lock and key, at least for certain intervals of time. The larger containment chamber is reinforced with iron, steel, and lead, and the doors to the chamber are to be triple locked at all times, with the only exception being when researchers are allowed into and out of the room. Outside, no fewer than 2 armed guards stand watch to halt any unauthorized entrances with potentially lethal force. These guards are not allowed to enter the containment chamber for fear that they'll fall under the mask's thrall. An on-site psychologist performs regular checks on all of the staff members working with or even in proximity to SCP-035, checking for any potential signs of influence or mental instability. Due to the aforementioned corrosive effect of SCP-035 excretions, the smaller glass containment unit needs to be replaced every 2 weeks, with the previous containment unit being disposed of via SCP-101, a living leather satchel with an extra-dimensional interior. Anyone who comes into contact with the mask while it's possessing a host is required to undergo immediate psychological evaluation from a trained professional. For many anomalies, establishing rigorous containment procedures would be the ultimate solution. But nothing is ever simple with the possessive mask. You see, it was first discovered in the early 1800s in the city of Venice. City authorities were breaking into an abandoned house, a stately manor on the outskirts, the occupants of which hadn't been seen in years. Inside the manor, they found a sealed tomb, and inside that sealed tomb, covered in written pleas to never free its contents, they found what would one day be known as SCP-035. The owner was long gone. To the city authorities of 1800s Venice, he seemed like a madman, his home full of countless notebooks, all littered with deranged scrawlings. He seemed to be obsessed with a place known as Alagada, though they had records of no such place. The mask's whereabouts became unknown for a time after that, though everywhere it went, death and destruction seemed to follow. The Foundation has an entire separate team dedicated to connecting historical murders and disappearances that may have involved the mask, in hopes of tracking its entire sordid tale. But after being interred at a Foundation containment site, the mask started a new reign of terror within the Foundation's very walls. A month after it was first contained, violence broke out in the facility. Right under the Foundation's nose, the mask had been manipulating the personnel on the research team, recruiting them to its sinister and mysterious cause. They started murdering their own comrades to create a distraction, while others attempted to smuggle 035 and its glass containment unit out of the site. Luckily, site security cottoned on before the plan could succeed in its ultimate objective. They intercepted and terminated the mutineers who had been manipulated by the mask's anomalous influence and returned it back to its chamber. All the survivors involved in the incident were transferred off-site for extensive psychological counseling. But this was just the beginning. The incident made the Foundation conduct further research into the anomaly's means of manipulation and discovered that SCP-035 was capable of telepathy, even when not attached to a host. This both accounted for its ability to influence people to put on the mask, as well as how it so thoroughly corrupted and controlled the former staff members who performed the insurrection on its behalf. This discovery resulted in the Foundation exercising further caution around which subjects were permitted to interact with SCP-035. Despite how intelligent and superficially charming it seemed at any point, there was no doubt they were dealing with a sadistic puppet master. All this was bad enough, but the Foundation grew substantially more concerned when it started taking interest in more ambitious potential hosts. SCP-682, the hard-to-kill reptile, and SCP-4715, a demon born of war.
Both are immensely violent and powerful anomalies with regenerative capabilities, and that's exactly why the Foundation believes 035 is taking such an interest. Either might be passively regenerative enough to counteract the corrosive effect that the possessive mask has on its hosts, potentially giving it a permanent, not to mention extremely dangerous, body. Extra measures were put in place in hopes of ensuring that such an outcome never transpired, but the mask just seemed to take that as a challenge. There were a string of other escape attempts in the months that followed, all accompanied by a number of Foundation casualties. Site Command reviewed the incident logs, including all the gory details, and correctly concluded that the possessive mask was too dangerous an anomaly to be given any leeway whatsoever. They demanded that it be permanently sealed in its containment chamber and all of its host privileges revoked. It was this move that revealed just how many loyalists the mask had created in the site. There were large internal protests at the news that its steady supply of mannequin and corpse hosts were being revoked, with some of these 035 devotees taking their violent aggression out on their fellow staff members. This resulted in several murders and several more terminations of compromised personnel. Site Command dictated from that point on that staff on the 035 case be profiled and rotated frequently, with any direct or proximity contact with 035 kept to a minimum. But once again, this well-intentioned move didn't stymie the mask's effort. They just encouraged it to up its game. Soon, staff members who weren't even working with the mask, but just so happened to be working within 10 meters of its containment cell, started to bear the brunt of its secondary anomalous effects. They reported hearing unintelligible whispers, as well as a pervasive sense of unease. Some even reported the onset of severe migraines that were disrupting their ability to work. No apparent superficial changes were detected in the mask while all of this unfolded. Some of the researchers working with 035 suggested reinstating the mask's host privileges in hopes of appeasing it, but this motion was denied. Site Command refused to give in to what they saw as the mask's cruel and petty intimidation tactics. What followed was the mother of all dirty protests and would mark a substantial escalation in the mask's campaign of psychological terror. The walls themselves in 035's cell started to secrete copious amounts of black fluid, analysis of which revealed that it was composed mostly of human blood, with a number of other alien toxins and contaminants. The substance, much like the one that leaks from the front of the mask's eyes and mouth, was highly corrosive and began eating through the structural integrity of the walls. But this wasn't just random. Foundation personnel quickly noted that the corrosive sludge was forming clear shapes on the walls, full sentences in a number of different languages, including Greek, Italian, Latin, and Sanskrit, which a research team were put in charge of translating. In addition to the sentences, there were also complex diagrams depicting acts of ritual sacrifice, all involving members of staff working at that very site. During this time, the mask's powers of corrosion also seemed to increase, destroying its glass containment unit and warranting replacement at increasing speeds. On some occasions, the glass would simply shatter, leading to a sudden spike in the severity of the anomaly's effects. There were 6 casualties and 3 deaths during the cleanup efforts. In this war of attrition, it was clear that the Foundation was losing, so Site Command began resorting to anomalous countermeasures. This included lining the walls of 035's cell with SCP-148, an anomalous alloy known as Telekill, for its ability to dampen telepathic abilities. Getting any other anomaly to interact with the possessive mask could have unpredictable and potentially dangerous results, but with researchers and guards dropping like flies, they were running out of options. In a rare win for Site Command, the Telekill did its job, reducing the amount of deaths for people working in proximity to the outside of the possessive mask's containment cell. However, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and the measures to prevent the mask's power from proliferating had the unintended result of concentrating its anomalous effects with far greater potency in the containment chamber itself. Researchers working on the case referred to it as a kind of anomalous greenhouse effect. In practical terms, this made the containment cell an incredibly dangerous place to be for human beings. Subjects inside the room reported the sounds of unintelligible yet deafening voices, a general sense of dread, and a gamut of negative emotions, from depression to fear to outright rage. Spending 3 hours in the cell had even more severe effects. Bleeding from the eyes and mouth,
destructive tendencies, hostility to others, and the constant ringing of cruel laughter in their ears. At this point, the afflicted person was likely to slip into a state of irretrievable psychosis, the inherent mechanisms of their minds warped by the dark power of the mask. The team instructed to decode the writing that appeared on the wall were also found dead, having suffered violent demises. SCP-035 clearly had no intention of letting up. Cleanup efforts on the leaking walls also hit a diabolical roadblock. The black liquid oozing out of the walls was becoming increasingly acidic, eating through the iron, the lead, and even the telekill. Soon enough, the cell itself would cease to have any structural integrity. If left unattended, the possessive mask would have telepathic free reign over the entire facility. In the absence of some way to reinforce the walls, they would have to be replaced entirely every 2 months. Once again, researchers suggested reinstating the host privileges for 035, a motion that Site Command once again denied. A disturbing pattern was becoming clear. Perhaps the researchers affected didn't even know it, but the mask was using them as a mouthpiece. They were all just pawns in a game of incentives, the mask bargaining and threatening until it got its way, and the Site Commanders refused to give in to its little game. SCP-035 would not reward their bravery. Soon enough, the entire cell was saturated in the dark liquid from floor to ceiling. Personnel needed to enter the room decked out in full reinforced hazmat suits if they wanted to survive even a small excursion. It had terraformed the cell into its own little slice of perdition, a horrifying concentration of dark power where the sadistic whims of the possessive mask reigned supreme, and its methods were about to get even more dangerous and extreme. Incidents with 035 became an almost daily occurrence as it exercised its power over the cell. There were incidents where it telekinetically locked the door, trapping researchers or cleaning personnel inside to be its psychic playthings. Appendages started forming out of the corrosive fluid puddles, reaching out and trying to claim the people trapped in the room. At this point, electronic devices stopped working inside the room, including light sources, meaning that the only way to navigate the darkened room was by gas lamp or candlelight. Any attempts to clean the excretions have become completely fruitless as the room degrades further and further, leaving the Site Commanders to ponder their next moves. In all likelihood, they would need to remove 035 from its current cell and transport it elsewhere. And who knows what nasty little tricks it would have up its sleeve for then. The mysteries and cruelties of the possessive mask aren't likely to stop fascinating and frightening the SCP Foundation and the rest of us anytime soon. Behind the alternating grin and frown of its porcelain face, it's concocting plans that you or I could scarcely even comprehend. It is old, it is patient, and above all, it is monstrous. And the effect it has on everyone around it is a frightening reminder that the power dynamics here might not be in favor of the Foundation this time. In other words, it's not trapped in here with us. We're trapped in here with it. An empty bottle shatters against the ground, sending shards of glass across the tarmac. The teens, fueled by adrenaline and cheap booze, are having a wild night, and it's just getting started. After getting booted from the local arcade for causing a scene and grabbing some greasy budget burritos from a local Mexican takeout joint, their journey led them here, the local park. For the 2 high school seniors, the playground equipment was the perfect canvas for their artistic vision. They laughed as they planned the graffiti and lewd sketches that would cover the slides and monkey bars by dawn. But before any of that can happen, a wave of childhood nostalgia washes over them. Why not go on some of the rides, for old time's sake? It's not like anybody would ever know what they did here tonight. And they're right, in the worst way possible. Little do they know, something extremely dangerous is lurking. Something that wants to cause them terrible, terrible harm in a way that, even after it happens, they'll never truly understand. By morning, as the first rays of sunlight glint off the dew-soaked grass, it becomes clear. The teens never made it home. Their panicked parents call the police and register their concern. This isn't like them. They never stay out this long. The search begins. Calls go out to local radio shows and TV stations. Concerned citizens staple missing posters to telephone poles. By evening, the streets and nearby woods are filled with volunteers, walking in lines, clutching flashlights, calling out names into the approaching darkness. The police bring in the usual suspects, locals with a criminal history that indicate they might be a danger to local teenagers, but it doesn't turn up any meaningful evidence. Meanwhile, halfway across town, a cleaner employed by the local council sweeps up the glass from the broken whiskey bottle at the playground. As the mother watches the cleaner dump the broken glass into a garbage bag, her little boy is playing on the jungle gym with his friends. The mother's hand snakes towards her pocket, then stops. She fights the urge to reach for the pack of smokes, worrying what the other mothers will think of her if she does. It's been a stressful month, the latest of many. She doesn't have time to worry about anything else. Hell, she hasn't even heard about the missing teens.
Mommy, look how high I can climb!
She forces a smile as she watches her boy reach the top of the ropes. That smile almost becomes genuine when she sees how happy her son looks. And then her phone starts to ring. It's him. Again. Her husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, if he'll ever actually accept the divorce papers. She sighs and walks away from the playground for a moment. She doesn't want their son to hear them having another long-distance shouting match. When the humiliation ritual is over, she returns to the playground. Only something's wrong. She notices it immediately. Her son isn't there. She feels the panic pierce her chest in that instant, but tries to keep her composure. She asks one of the other mothers what happened, and they seem just as confused as her.
I think he just went down the slide, one of them says.
I wasn't looking, I'm sorry, says the other. The fear is impossible to suppress now. The mother screams her child's name, but there's no response. She climbs up the wooden structure and looks down the shaft of the metal tube slide. It's empty. Her voice echoes down as she calls the name again and again. Her horrified screaming just pours out the other side. Soon enough, one mother's panic infects the entire town. 3 missing people in 12 hours? 2 teens, 1 child? Could there be a kidnapper on the loose? It doesn't take the papers long to start running with it. Police search every inch of the playground, the fields beyond it, and even the nearby forest, but they don't find anything. The mother gives her statement to the police, and soon after, her estranged husband is also brought in for questioning. It soon goes from local news to national syndication. Extra police are soon sent in from external departments to widen the search, as phones within tens of miles of the incident give the frightening buzz of Amber Alerts. The first 24-hour window is the most important, but as the hours draw on, the hopes start to dwindle, and the local police precinct is starting to catch flack for their ineptitude. One person who isn't getting that same blowback is the mother. Soon enough, she's America's favorite terrified mother. Her email inbox is full of tabloid newspapers and online outlets begging for exclusives. They want to know how she's feeling right now. Does she have any theories as to what happened? Is there anything she'd like to say to the man who presumably has her son locked up in some basement compound? The mother is part of every search party, every night. She tromps through the undergrowth, shouting her son's name. But soon, the tone of the search starts to change. Police and search parties stop walking through forests and knocking on doors. Instead, they start trawling riverbeds and digging through gravel pits. Nobody says it, but the subtext is clear. They're not looking for a little boy anymore. They're looking for his body. Little by little, even the most ardent supporters start to peel away. It's not exciting anymore. It's grim and depressing. But even that isn't nearly as awful as what's about to happen. Slowly, at first, and then with all the speed and intensity of an avalanche, the media and then the public begins to turn on her. The headlines go from being kind and sympathetic to indifferent description of just how long the fruitless search has gone on, to active cruelty. Doesn't the mother seem like she's taking all of this too well? Doesn't she seem a little suspicious? The headlines are the lit match thrown into the tinderbox. The conspiracy theories start flying online. Internet sleuths intent on getting to the bottom of this, to finding a more believable angle. They unpack the details of the case in the most unfavorable light imaginable. Did she smile during that press conference? There must be some kind of ulterior motive here. There must be some secret underneath the surface. And as you'll find out later, there is. Just not the one anyone here would expect. The mother is still getting hundreds and sometimes thousands of messages every day, but the tone of these messages has changed with the media's depiction. I know what you did, you monster. You can't keep getting away with this. How can you live with yourself, killing your own little boy? Did you dig a big hole for him, lady? I'm gonna dig a bigger one for you. But the messages aren't nearly as chilling as the maniacs who show up at her house. It starts with shadows, figures moving through the bushes at night, barely visible in the glow of the porch light. Then come the sounds, the dull thud of rocks against the siding, the occasional crash of something heavier smashing against a window. In one instance, someone even shot at the facade. When the police came over to investigate, she sensed an undertone of, "Everything always happens to you, doesn't it?" underneath the sympathetic smiles. Her car has been ruined by horrific graffiti multiple times. The tires slashed, the windows cracked, the doors keyed. Every single way that a person can suffer an indignity, short of physical violence, she seems to be suffering it. She even sees YouTubers and podcasters hiding in their cars, filming her as she takes out the garbage for B-roll in their documentaries about her perceived wrongdoings. She cries too much. She doesn't cry enough. Don't her eyes look like a murderer's eyes? But she'll even take all the pain that comes with being awake over the horrors that invade her dreams. Well, it's only ever one dream, actually. She's there on the day that her boy went missing, standing with the other moms at the edge of the playground, watching her little boy. Except in the dream, nobody has a face. They're all blank and smooth, with voices that sound like muffled nonsense. Her son calls out to her, and then, at the exact same time that it did in real life, her phone starts to ring. It's her husband again, her soon-to-be ex-husband. As though trapped by the certainty of the past, she steps away and answers the phone, moving liquid slow. Her husband's voice comes through the microphone next to her ear in an eerie monotone. "Why aren't you watching our boy?" She turns and sees him gone. Not just him, but everyone, as though she's completely alone in the world. She dashes over in a panic, though to her, that dash is in torturous slow motion. The words of the other mom ring with haunting clarity in her ears. "I think he just went down the slide." In a blur of panic, she scrambles into the slide, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her hands slip on the smooth plastic, her knees banging against the sides as she crawls forward. But this time, she doesn't see the faint light of the other side, just an all-consuming darkness yawning before her, pulling her in like a void. She doesn't stop to think. That's when she hears it. "Mommy!" His voice. It's faint but unmistakable. She needs to keep going, but inside, the slide feels like a desperate and terrible infinity, endless loops in cold, dark metal. Every time she feels like she's getting close to seeing her son again, he gets just a little further away. Then, everything slips out of reach. She bolts upright in bed, gasping for air, her nightshirt clinging to her sweat-soaked skin. The slide. She knows she has to go back. It's not just a dream. It's something more. A pull she can't explain. The slide. She has to go back to the slide. And that's what she does. That night, she goes back to the playground, still cordoned off with police tape fluttering in the breeze. She ducks under the cordon, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. She stands at the base of the slide, staring up at its hollow, gaping entrance. Her breath catches as she takes the first step, her fingers curling tightly around the metal rungs. They feel cold in the damp night air. She pauses at the top, and then summoning every ounce of courage, she throws herself forward, face first, her arms pinned tightly at her sides. The world blurs as she hurtles downward, the slide pulling her in faster than it ever should. And then, she's somewhere else. The throat of a deep cave, in complete darkness. The walls and ceiling close in tightly around her, the hard rock pressing against her body. She can't move, can't even wriggle her arms loose. She screams into the void, but the sound feels swallowed, crushed by the suffocating darkness. There's no echo, no sense of space beyond the tiny prison she's trapped in. She now knows what happened to her son. She just can't save him. Or herself. To someone claustrophobic, what I just described is probably worse than an eternity in hell. But that's simply par for the course when it comes to SCP-1562, also known as the Carnivorous Slide. An anomaly where the questions it raises are every bit as unsettling as the few answers we have regarding its nature. To the untrained eye, there's nothing amiss about this particular anomaly. It's a metal tube slide, 11 feet long, 3.4 meters, and 7 feet high, 2.2 meters, part of an otherwise completely non-anomalous playground in a location that, for your own safety, will remain undisclosed. There's a good chance that even if you use the slide, you may not fall victim to its anomalous effects. That's because these effects are only activated when someone uses the slide in a very particular way. Namely, sliding down it on their stomach, face first, with their arms at their sides. When this condition is satisfied, the victim will disappear at some point during the slide, vanishing without a trace. To this day, despite the Foundation's best attempts to capture the phenomenon, it has never been directly observed. I cannot stress enough that this is very much a one-way trip, too. Nobody who has gone down the slide and disappeared has ever been recovered. Even when the Foundation has sent D-Class personnel down the slide with a tether attached to their bodies, the tether has been mysteriously cut when the person disappeared. All of this begs the unsettling question, where are all these people going? The best that the Foundation can estimate on this is that it's an extra-dimensional space, which has largely been described as an extremely cramped, cave-like environment where light ceased to work and mobility is extremely limited. Due to the position that victims are in when the anomalous effect takes place, they're rarely even able to move their arms. While here, beyond even experiencing the natural fear one would logically feel in this situation, they feel the sudden onset of panic and paranoia as their situation deteriorates. There have only ever been 2 Foundation experiments conducted on SCP-1562 before testing was suspended indefinitely. In the first, a member of D-Class personnel was tethered and sent down the slide, at which point he promptly disappeared, severing the tether. However, the long-range communication device left with the D-Class still worked. From his new location, he was able to describe not only the dark and cramped locale, but something wedged in the tunnel in front of him. He described a tiny shoe, like that of a child, laying in the tunnel in front of him. He also heard a voice talking and telling him to stop crying, even though he wasn't. When asked to describe his situation, he said,
I'm still headfirst on my stomach and my body's at an angle, but I'm in some sort of small tunnel and I'm stuck. I'm completely surrounded by rock or dirt on all sides. I don't have enough room to raise my head or move my arms, and I can't move forward. I really want to get out of here now.
Of course, there was no way for the Foundation researchers to get him out. Instead, they asked him about the other person who seemed to be trapped in there with him. The D-Class said,
He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know. But I don't think he was really talking to me because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm.
They then asked him whether the other person seemed to be moving.
I don't think so. He started crying and asking for his mommy, then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again. Please get me out now. Please hurry, my chest just...
Communication cut at this point, much to the distress of everyone involved. In response to this incident, another test was approved, this time using a member of D-Class personnel who has a smaller stature. The logic being that a thinner man might be more mobile in the enclosed space of SCP-1562's anomalous area, allowing for further exploration than the previous test subject. However, despite the difference in size, this D-Class seemed just as trapped and enclosed as the first. He reported the same disappearance of all light, the same shortness of breath, the same dirt and rock, the same tiny shoe just in front of his head. But then he started hearing a voice, one very familiar to the Foundation researchers, echoing from the dark. It was the voice of the previous D-Class. And it wasn't just his voice, He was saying everything that he'd said during the previous test at exactly the timings that he'd said it, as though someone was playing back a recording. Soon after, the voice stopped. The second D-Class's transmission was cut not long after, his last recorded words being, "Oh, thank God for that. I was starting to think that..." He was never heard from again. In light of this development, the lead researcher in the case, Dr. Carver, suspended all testing. To do any more would simply repeat the same result and sacrifice more lives to the Carnivorous slide. These days, the slide is quarantined in Testing Lab 46-V in Site 24, kept away from the public and from dangerously curious Foundation researchers who might repeat certain old mistakes. When you've done this job for long enough, you realize that sometimes not having an answer at all is kinder than knowing the awful truth beneath it all. There's a blood-curdling scream rattling inside the ice cream truck, blood on the metal. The child is terrified, and his terror only increases when the hatch opens and a long, fleshy appendage reaches out. For a child, there's nothing quite like the thrill of summer vacation. The long, sun-soaked days of doing cannonballs into the pool, running through sprinklers, riding bikes until the sun sets and the fireflies fill the air with twinkling lights. Coming home with hair stringy from swimming pool chlorine, faces smeared with sunscreen, hands sticky from too many popsicles. Their parents call it a mess. They call it freedom. And if the freedom of summer vacation had one sound, a theme song perhaps, it would be the music of the ice cream truck. That cheerful melody, the siren song summoning every kid with a pocket full of change and a taste for frozen treats. All over the country, children pool their allowance money and spoil their appetites for dinner whenever that special truck rolls into the neighborhood. And this neighborhood is no exception. All of the kids cried and mourned the previous summer when the ice cream truck driver who had served the area for 30 years tragically hung up his hat and retired. They worried that there would be no ice cream truck at all this summer. But wishes do come true, and the first evening of the summer, a music box rendition of Pop Goes the Weasel serenades the neighborhood, signaling the return of the beloved truck. As they gather around, fistfuls of cash in hand, the crowd of kids can't help but notice that this truck is a bit different. There are no colorful pictures of the truck's various offerings emblazoned on the side, no prices either. Most notably, there's no driver, at least not one that they can see. But when the first brave child, a little girl, steps up to the side of the van and asks for a chocolate-dipped cone, a slot opens, and out comes her order. She pays the same price she paid for her ice cream the previous summer, and that's the entirety of the transaction. With the seal broken and the van proven to be a genuine ice cream truck, the other kids line up to place orders of their own. As they do, one small group of boys stands off to the side, speaking in hushed whispers. There's something funny about this new ice cream truck, something they don't quite trust. Why isn't there a driver? Why does it look so unusual? One boy suggests that the truck is haunted, driven by the ghost of a former ice cream man. Another argues that it must be some kind of robot, a self-driving truck with an automated ice cream dispensing system. The third boy insists that there is a driver. He's just hiding, for some reason. There's only one way to know for sure. They'll have to wait until everyone else is gone and try to get a look inside. While the rest of the neighborhood's children are ordering and enjoying their ice cream, the three boys run home to collect supplies for their special investigation. They reconvene in one boy's garage, across the street from where the ice cream truck is, still idling and serving its line of customers. One boy found a firecracker swiped from his older brother. The other grabbed a disposable camera for capturing proof of whatever they discover. The third has procured the most important tool of the mission, a crowbar taken from the toolbox in his father's shed. Now, with all of their equipment assembled, the three boys are ready to uncover the secret of the ice cream truck. They watch from a distance until the only remaining customer has walked away from the truck. The engine revs, and just before the truck can pull away, the boy with the camera runs up to the side. He'll serve as the distraction. He holds up several dollar bills and asks for a deluxe hot fudge sundae. While whatever is inside of the truck is preparing the ice cream, the other two boys sneak around to the side of the van. They take the crowbar and place it in the crack between the doors. They apply as much pressure as possible, but it won't budge. A
But they're not about to give up now. They take a deep breath, summoning all of their strength, and try again. With a soft pop, the door comes open. The two boys glance at each other, eyes wide with excitement. They did it. Now, time to go inside. Quietly, carefully, they sneak into the shadowy back of the van. Meanwhile, on the other side of the truck, the boy with the camera receives his order and places the cash into the delivery slot. As he waits for his change, he suddenly hears a strange sound, a deep, rumbling growl emanating from within the van. The van begins to shake, and the boy can hear two voices screaming in terror. He recognizes the voices immediately as those of his friends. They must be in trouble. He runs around to the other side just in time to see the horrified face of one of his friends. The boy reaches out for him, trying to escape from whatever is inside of the ice cream truck. But just as their hands almost touch, an unseen force yanks the boy back inside. The door slams closed, and the screams go silent. Where there were previously 3 boys, now there is just one, standing alone, holding an ice cream sundae. The engine rumbles, and the truck drives away, leaving the remaining boy in its dust. His friends are both gone without a trace. But wait, what's that? On the ground, where the truck just was, is a small slip of receipt paper. The boy picks it up and reads the message scrawled on it in messy handwriting. It says, "Please come again, but make sure to follow the rules." On the back, there's a crude drawing of 2 young boys, eyes wide, mouths open in an endless scream. What was meant as an innocent expression of childish curiosity has ended in disaster after these boys unknowingly provoked SCP-1386. SCP-1386 is a white ice cream truck that appears to belong to the Good Humor brand. The truck's physical condition is poor, and unlike other trucks of its kind, it does not feature any images or descriptions of the products that it sells. The van drives itself without a person behind the wheel, and none of its doors or windows open via conventional means. This detail has led the Foundation to conclude that the van is sapient. Like most ice cream trucks, the van plays music, alternating between Pop Goes the Weasel and Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. These songs will play 24 hours a day and alternate every 4 hours. On a few occasions, it has been observed playing a version of Green Sleeves, but as soon as a customer is detected, it will switch to one of the other 2 songs. SCP-1386 has a thin slot in the middle of its driver's side door, which can only be seen when it dispenses an ice cream product after making a sale. After the ice cream has been dispensed, a small slip of receipt paper will slide out with the price written in very sloppy but legible handwriting. Payment is given to the van through the same slot it uses to deliver ice cream. Once it has been paid, the van will simply drive away. The prices and flavors of the ice cream products offered by the van change daily. The van appears to never run out of stock on a given day, no matter how many orders it receives. In order to explore the nature of SCP-1386's products and, let's face it, to indulge in an all-too-rare sweet treat, the SCP Foundation conducted a series of tests. After thoroughly reviewing the official test log, I have assembled some of the most notable entries. On March 30th, 2012, 2 Foundation doctors, referred to in the file by the initials R and D respectively, placed their orders with the ice cream truck. They each requested 1 cookies and cream smoothie, and they received their orders without incident. The receipt was for $4.89, and the bill was swiftly paid. The smoothies were described as pretty good, though one doctor insisted he had had better. On April 1st, 2012, Dr. D placed an order for 1 Neapolitan ice cream sandwich. A few seconds later, the van dispensed an item. However, it did not resemble any ice cream sandwich that he had ever seen. It appeared, instead, to be a meat and cheese sandwich with a slice of tomato. Curious, D took a bite and found that the sandwich was, in fact, made out of chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry ice cream. It was a sandwich made from Neapolitan ice cream. Shortly after Dr. D tasted the sandwich, the van spat out a receipt. There was no price listed, only a simple message: April Fools. As Dr. D read the message, the van sped away, leaving him bemused, novelty ice cream in hand. The next notable test occurred on April 17, 2012. Dr. F ordered a single peach push pop and promptly received it, along with the receipt that demanded $16.27 for the treat. Dr. F scoffed at what he deemed an absurd price for only one push pop, and rather than pay the full cost, he inserted $3.75 worth of quarters into the van. Then he attempted to walk away. Well, the van was having none of it. A slot opened in the door of SCP-160, approximately 6 feet in height. Then, a large rusted steel trap emerged, grabbing hold of Dr. F and dragging him inside. The slot slammed shut, and the usual ice cream delivery slot began to spew a sludgy pink substance for 5 minutes before driving away. A sample of the substance was taken for analysis, and it was found to be made up of blood, skin tissue, and bone fragments, all of which were a DNA match for Dr. F. After this incident, only D-Class personnel were permitted to interact with SCP-160. On April 27, 2012, a D-Class ordered a cherry popsicle from the van, adding one request: with nuts. The van waited several seconds, then produced one cherry popsicle, unwrapped, studded with crushed peanuts. The receipt read, $2.20, your nuts. The D-Class chuckled to himself, then paid the van before it sped away without further incident. On April 30th, 2012, the D-Class chosen for testing was a bit more adventurous with his order. He requested a Caesar salad flavor popsicle. After a few moments, the van filled the unusual order, dispensing a popsicle that was off-green in color and was reported to taste like lightly dressed lettuce with a hint of croutons. The cost was $4.56, and there were no complications. On May 4th, 2012, the selected D-Class ordered a dark chocolate fudge pop. The receipt produced read $1.38. The transaction would not be notable if it weren't for the fact that the test subject chose to pay with 2 single-dollar bills. This would make it the first transaction under Foundation observation that required change. After the 2 bills were inserted, SCP-160 made a sound like a cash register, then produced a small, wrapped package. On the front of the package was a hand-drawn image of various American coins. Once the D-Class had the package in his hands, the van drove away. At Dr. J's instruction, the test subject opened the package. Inside, he found 62 cents in American currency. The coins were analyzed and found to be completely ordinary and completely safe. The D-Class asked if he could keep his change. The request was denied. As the experiments progressed, the test subjects became increasingly creative with their menu choices. On May 10, 2012, the D-Class test subject asked the van for an ice cream Kinder Egg, unsure of exactly what that would be. The treat cost $3.87, and the van promptly dispensed an item that looked very much like an ordinary Kinder Egg, but was made from a coffee ice cream coating and a French vanilla ice cream interior. There was no toy inside, but there was, however, a handwritten note reading, "I owe you one toy." On May 16, 2012, the D-Class requested the following items in order: 1 cherry ice lolly, 1 cherry ice pop, 1 cherry popsicle, and 1 cherry-flavored drink, frozen. After receiving the order, the van began to emit a distressing sound. The test subject described it as a real unnerving sound, like someone skinning a cat in reverse. The sound continued for several seconds before the slot opened and several unwrapped red sticks of ice shot out at a high velocity, landing on the pavement and shattering there. A few moments later, a large styrofoam cup was dispensed containing an unidentified frozen green liquid. The test subject asked the van, "What do I owe you?" But the van gave no response. Instead, it drove away. Pieces of the red ice shards were taken in for analysis and were found to consist of 2 parts water, 1 part red food dye, and 1 part arsenic. The contents of the cup could not be identified, but the substance was observed to have a melting point so high that it could not be thawed by any available means. The cup and the strange green substance therein have been held for further examination. Personally, I find it unlikely that any of its secrets will be uncovered. It is uncertain what might have driven the van to act up in this manner, but it is my theory that the combination of 3 different synonyms for popsicle in the same order caused the van to become confused, then distressed, and then angry. As for the unmeltable substance in the cup, well, I certainly wouldn't drink it. For the next experiment, the research team decided to test a new procedure when it came to placing ice cream orders. The selected D-class was a mute, but able to write. Rather than speaking their desired purchase aloud, they ordered a vanilla cone in chocolate via a message written using a pencil and paper. Then, they raised the paper toward the van, holding it in the spot where the dispensing slot normally appeared. After 1 full minute had passed, a slot opened, 3 inches lower than the usual one. Next, something emerged from the slot, a thin, flesh-colored appendage which grabbed the paper and slid back into the van and out of sight, closing the slot behind it. A few moments later, the usual slot opened and the ice cream was dispensed. The receipt followed, asking for 97 cents in exchange for the treat. The price was paid without further incident, and the D-class test subject was interviewed. They responded in sign language, their hands trembling in fear as they recounted the experience. The transcription of their statement is as follows. It was a hand, not human, 2 fingers and a thumb. It was bony like a dead body, and it smelled. It smelled dead. They refused to eat the ice cream they had ordered, explaining that they had lost their appetite. Naturally, this development piqued the research team's curiosity, and they were eager to explore the nature of this hand further. On May 30th, 2012, personnel D5 was selected for testing and ordered to repeat the same steps when placing their order. It should be noted that D5 was not mute. I attribute any changes in the experimental result to this factor, but that's just my opinion. D5 wrote down his ice cream of choice and handed it to the van. Again, the lower slot opened and the flesh-colored appendage emerged. The ice cream cost 86 cents and the bill was paid without any trouble. As he ate his ice cream, D5 was questioned about the appendage he had seen. He was far more nonchalant about it than his predecessor had been, stating, "I don't see what they were getting all worked up about. It's just a hand, you know? There's probably just some guy in there handing out ice cream. Sure, it's weird, but what here isn't?" On June 4th, 2012, the same experiment was repeated again. Personnel D2, who was also not mute, wrote down his request for a banana sundae with hot fudge and handed it to the van. Again, the second slot opened and the fleshy hand emerged to take the order. D2 had nothing notable to say about the transaction, with one exception. He insisted that there had to be a person inside the van, explaining, "There's got to be somebody in there. I could swear I heard somebody cough, like they had a cold or something." The researcher conducting the interview brought up the subject of the hand, and D2 shrugged. "Look," he said, "it's just not that big of a deal, just a hand. Got all 5 fingers, looked healthy, certainly not dead or whatever. B's just lost it. Never trusted that guy much anyway." B, in this case, referred to the mute D-class from the previous test. There is one more date in the test log, but rather than an experiment, it catalogs a development that I find deeply troubling. On June 6, 2012, personnel D7, the aforementioned mute test subject, was found dead in their holding block at 7:40. The time of death was determined to be approximately 4:30. They did not share a cell with anyone else, and there were no signs of forced entry. However, the cause of death was strangulation, complete with light bruising on the neck. This is speculation, but I am willing to bet you the cost of a deluxe banana split that, if examined closely, those bruises would match a hand with only 2 fingers and a thumb. SCP-1386 is kept in an evacuated 4-block neighborhood surrounded by a 10-meter-high reinforced concrete containment wall. This area is located 8 kilometers from the nearest inhabited neighborhood. In the aftermath of some unfortunate incidents, the containment procedures were updated to include constant surveillance. Additionally, the area may only be approached by D-class personnel. Any individual that does approach SCP-1386 within a 3-meter radius must put on the appearance of happiness. For example, smiling or laughing regardless of one's current emotional state has proven to be effective. If the subject is approached by someone that does not appear to be happy, it will growl, refusing to engage positively until the individual appears friendly. If a member of Foundation personnel is going to make contact with SCP-1386, they are strongly advised to have at least $20 USD on hand, and where the entity can see it. If SCP-1386 is approached by someone that does not have a currency available, a siren will begin to emit from its undercarriage for the next 24 hours, at a frequency that causes bleeding of the inner ear. So far, all attempts to silence this siren have been unsuccessful. Once the siren has started, SCP-160 will refuse to move until the 24-hour period is up. Any attempts to interact with SCP-160 while the siren is active will increase the intensity and volume of the sound. As with any anomaly that I research, I find myself inclined to speculate a bit on the nature of SCP-160. A self-driving ice cream van that only wants to hand out frozen treats to anyone willing to pay for them sounds more like the subject of a children's book than a standard SCP Foundation anomaly. But of course, as we've seen, it is not quite as cheerful as it first appears. Whatever consciousness is inside of SCP-160, it does not appreciate being mocked or toyed with. It has no tolerance for anyone behaving in a manner that it does not approve of, and will punish that behavior accordingly. And God forbid you order an ice cream and then refuse to eat it. Though it could be that the refusal to eat the ice cream is not what doomed that unfortunate D-Class. Perhaps it was that they simply saw too much, knew too much. Maybe getting a proper look at that arm is what sentenced them to death alone in their cell. Perhaps it's best that the identity of the thing inside the van remain a secret. After all, if we learn too much, I can almost guarantee that we would all scream for ice cream.
The house is small, but cozy. When the realtor showed it to her, she couldn't help but notice all the flaws: the chipped paint on the doorframe, the missing shingles on the roof, the cracks along the kitchen walls, even the dented old mailbox out front. But even with all those imperfections, she can't help but feel this little house is calling to her. It's where she's meant to be. This will be a home for her. The woman knows, deep in her heart, that this is what she needs to start over. It's not easy. As she moves her things into the new house, she can't help but think about her failed relationship. Every piece of furniture, every knick-knack, reminds her of her old girlfriend. She unloads a heavy box from the back of her car, but she trips over the curb as she turns toward the house. She falls, and the contents of the box spill all over the sidewalk. They're old photo albums. She quickly shoves them back into the box, doing her best to avoid looking at them. But one photo, an old vacation snapshot of her and her girlfriend visiting Niagara Falls, catches her eye as it falls out of an album. She bites her lip and wills herself not to tear up as she pushes it back into the box. How can two people who were once so close grow so far apart? The rest of the day passes in a haze. There's lots to do, what with arranging the furniture and calling up all the utilities. By the end of the day, she's exhausted and thankful to fall into bed. As she gradually drifts off to sleep, she muses on her situation. Today was the hardest day, she tells herself. Every day is only going to get easier from here on out. Time heals all wounds. The next day, she rises early. The sun is shining, birds are chirping. As she walks into her new kitchen to brew a pot of coffee, she's overcome with a sudden surge of good feelings. This house has so much potential. She could learn to live here. She could find a new love here. The world is her oyster, and she's ready for anything. Yes, she tells herself, all I needed was a good night's sleep. Now, she feels totally revitalized. A little while later, she hears the mail truck arrive and depart. Looking out the window, she sees that the delivery person has shoved the little aluminum flag into the upright position, indicating that she has mail. She ties her bathrobe around her waist and, still cradling a mug of steaming coffee in her hands, walks to that battered black mailbox at the end of the walkway. That's the first thing that ought to go, she mumbles to herself as she imagines all her plans to redecorate the house. Maybe she'll get one of those fun mailboxes that come in the shape of a wacky animal or a birdhouse. Something different, something eye-catching. Her old girlfriend never let her do anything fun. She pulls open the mailbox and pulls out a stack of envelopes. Still thinking about the possibilities for a new mailbox, she quickly shuffles through the letters, scanning the return addresses with little interest. It's mostly junk mail. That's no surprise. She just moved in, so most of her friends don't know her new address yet. But there's one letter at the bottom of the pile that has no return address. That's weird, she says. It's probably just more junk mail. She knows that some advertisers don't leave return addresses as a way to pique a recipient's interest and trick them into reading their sales pitches. Nevertheless, she's intrigued enough to tear it open. To her surprise, inside is a handwritten letter. "Hello," says the letter. "I couldn't help but notice you today. I'm really excited to see a new face in the neighborhood.
I hope you enjoy your stay here. Maybe we could meet later? See ya." The woman blinks in confusion. This must be a welcome letter from one of her new neighbors, but since it's not signed, she really has no way of knowing which one. It's a little odd, but, well, she's sure that the letter writer must have had good intentions. She pushes the red aluminum flag back into its reclining position, folds the mysterious letter under her arm with her other mail, and retreats back into her new house. Imagine her surprise when, the next day, she finds another letter in her mailbox. "Hi again," it says. "I saw that you read my letter yesterday. I'm so glad. I was afraid that you wouldn't like me, but now I see that we're going to be great friends. Maybe you'd like to get coffee together sometime? XOXO. P.S. I really like you." Okay, now this is getting a little pushy. That first letter was friendly, if a little awkward, but this one almost sounds like someone is trying to solicit her for a date. She's in no mood for that. Even if she wasn't still hurting from her breakup, she didn't know this mysterious letter writer. Where did they get the nerve to ask her out? Angrily, she crumples up the new letter and throws it directly into the trash. She looks across the hedge, peering into the neighbors' yards. In the yard to her left, a middle-aged man pushes a lawnmower across the grass. In the yard to her right, two old women are gossiping at the fence. She feels suddenly exposed as she realizes that the letters could be coming from anyone in the neighborhood. She hopes that maybe if she ignores it, the message will be clear. She quickly scurries back into her house and slams the door shut. The next morning, she finds another message from her secret admirer together with her other mail. The tone of the letter is more desperate, more wheedling. "I saw you throw away my letter yesterday," it says. "Why did you do that? Don't you like me? I really thought we would make a great couple. Maybe if you gave me a chance, I could make you so much happier than your ex." The woman doesn't read any farther. She throws the letter to the ground. This is going too far. It was bad enough that a stranger was hitting on her, but now she knows that her secret admirer is a stalker too. How else would they know that she threw away their previous letter unless they were watching her as she picked up her mail? And, even more disturbing, how could they possibly know that she had troubles with her ex? She stalks over to the house next door and pounds on the door. When the middle-aged man answers, she confronts him with a letter. "Did you write this? What's your problem?" she demands as she shoves the paper in his face. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but I'm not interested. I want you to keep away from me." "I don't know what you're talking about," protests the man, holding up his hands in surrender. I didn't write anything." The woman doesn't know if she believes him, but she has to admit that the middle-aged man sounds genuinely confused by her accusations. Maybe he's not the culprit. But when she confronts the neighbor living to the other side, she hears a similar story. "Are you sending me these letters because they're actually really creepy? I don't like people watching me," says the woman as she confronts her other neighbor. The old woman just shakes her head. "Mercy me, I didn't send you a letter. Why would I do that? I could just come over and talk to you. I don't know why you youngsters are always making up stories about weird letters." The young woman wonders about the old woman's final words when she's eating dinner alone in her kitchen later that night. The way that she complained about young people always making up stories about weird letters makes her wonder if this has happened before. Could it be that other young women have lived in this house before her? And were they victims of the same stalker? But who could this stalker be? It's got to be someone close. She can just feel it. At that moment, she looks up from her meal and gasps in surprise. There, right outside her window, is the black mailbox. It's hovering right at the edge of the window, as if it's shyly peeking in, like a bashful caller afraid of being seen. The young woman blinks and rubs her eyes. When she looks again, the mailbox is gone. She rushes to the door and throws it open. The mailbox is right there, standing at the curb at the end of the footpath, just as it's always been. Are her eyes playing tricks on her? Is the stress of her breakup and the mysterious stalker finally getting to her? The next day, she finds another letter. Her stalker is getting even more unhinged, and the messages are becoming downright crazy. The next day, she finds not just one letter in her mailbox, but two. Both messages sound absolutely deranged. Her stalker, and at this point there's no doubt in her mind that a stalker is responsible for these letters, has resorted to threats. "Why don't you like me? You better change your attitude if you know what's good for you. You think you're too good for me? What does your ex have that I don't? Maybe you need a real man to really show you the ropes." She crushes the letters in her hands, her face flushing with a combination of fear and rage. Who does this person think that they are? She can't take this pressure much longer. She's ready to report these letters to the police, but she still has no idea who's stalking her. Or does she? She can't help but think about that strange incident the previous night, when she thought that she saw the mailbox standing right outside the window. But that's crazy, isn't it? Her mailbox can't be stalking her, can it? If she tries to tell anyone that her mailbox is sending her threatening messages, everyone is just going to think that she's crazy. But soon, things start to get worse, escalating in ways that force the woman to confront that possibility. That night, she's in her kitchen fixing dinner. She turns from the stove to grab some condiments from the pantry. That's when she sees it. The mailbox. It's not outside this time, it's in the next room. It's standing partially hidden behind the door, again as if it's trying not to be seen. She drops her work and rushes out into the living room, hoping to catch the mailbox in the act. But it's gone. She runs to the window and, once again, sees the mailbox standing at the end of the walkway in the exact same spot that it should be. She's certain that she can't be imagining these things, but at the same time, what other explanation could there be? She barely gets any sleep that night, tossing and turning with unpleasant dreams. Several times she startles awake, sitting bolt upright in bed, half convinced that the sinister mailbox might even be in the same room with her, watching her as she sleeps. The next day, the exhausted woman rises early from restless dreams and sits on the front porch, waiting for the mail truck to arrive. When the familiar U.S. Postal Service vehicle pulls up to the curb, she stalks over and confronts the mailman. "Come on, hand it over," she demands. "It's my mail, give it to me." She's too flustered by this whole absurd scenario to bother being polite, and the mailman is in no mood to argue. This woman looks positively insane, he thinks. Her hair is disheveled, her eyes are ringed with heavy black circles, and she looks like she hasn't had a decent night's sleep in weeks. He has to deal with all kinds of crazy customers every day, and he knows better than to push his luck. He shoves the bundle of letters into her arms and jumps back into his truck. The woman quickly shuffles through the stack of letters, scanning the return addresses and throwing each envelope to the ground behind her when she's satisfied that it's not from her stalker. Just as she thought, none of these letters match the description of the blank envelopes that her stalker uses for his messages. She pulls open the mailbox and looks inside. To her horror, there's already a letter inside. She grabs it and feels the blood drain from her face as she looks at the blank envelope. It's another message from her stalker. Now she knows that he's sending the letters through the mail, but how did he get this letter into the mailbox without her seeing him? She woke up so early this morning, even before the sun was up, and she's been watching the mailbox for hours. It doesn't make sense that any of her neighbors could have planted this message without her knowing, but the only other possible explanation is that the mailbox itself is somehow writing these letters. She stares at the black aluminum box, the dark, dented metal suddenly taking on a sinister aspect in the early morning sunlight. Maybe she really is going insane. Maybe she just misses her ex-girlfriend so much that she's imagining all this madness and just projecting her fear of being alone onto this mailbox. No, she doesn't believe that at all. She's going to put a stop to this, once and for all. The woman jogs into her garage and returns several moments later with a shovel. She doesn't know whether she's hallucinating or not, but she's had just about enough of this stupid mailbox. She wants it out of her life. Even if it's not stalking her, even if this is all in her mind, it's clear that there's something off about this mailbox, something that's putting her ill at ease. She starts to shovel dirt away from the base of the mailbox post, grunting and sweating with the exertion of her work, but not stopping until the post is loose. She grabs at the thick wooden post and hoists the mailbox, post and all, out of its pit. She drags it across the lawn to her driveway, where, with considerable effort, she manages to shove it into the back seat of her car, ripping the upholstery of the seats and spilling wet dirt all over the floor. She doesn't care about the damage to her car. She just needs to get rid of this mailbox. A chill runs down her spine at the thought of taking a long car ride with that thing behind her. She doesn't trust it at all, and the idea of turning her back on it, well, she doesn't know what kind of danger she'll be in. As she climbs into the driver's seat, she adjusts the rearview mirror so that she can keep an eye on the mailbox for the whole trip. To her immense relief, it doesn't move once on the whole car ride, even though her nervous eyes keep flicking to the rearview mirror to assuage her fears. She finally arrives at her destination, the city dump. She pulls up to the front gate and honks her horn until the custodian comes out of the guardhouse. She motions for him to remove the mailbox from her back seat, and the panicked expression on her face tells him that he should be quick about it. He's barely pulled the mailbox clear the door when the woman peels away, skidding along the curb and gunning the engine to drive away from the dump and the abandoned mailbox as fast as possible. After a few minutes on the road, she starts to calm down. She breathes a deep sigh of relief, a new sense of calm finally settling over her now that she's removed that awful mailbox from her life.
She adjusts the rearview mirror to look at her reflection, wincing at the sight of her haggard eyes and blotchy skin. The stress of the last few days must have been really getting to her, but now she feels like she can finally move on with her life. She manages a tense chuckle at the memory. The whole idea that her mailbox was stalking her seems increasingly absurd the further she drives from the dump, but she can't help but feel much better. But when she turns the corner to arrive at her home street, she sees something that she cannot believe. Her eyes bulge from her head, and her fingers tighten around the steering wheel, her knuckles going white. It can't be. The mailbox is back. The same black aluminum box and wooden post. Of course, after all she's been through, she would recognize it anywhere. It's still there, in her front yard, at the end of the walkway. But she's certain that she just dropped it off the dump, right? There's no way that she could have imagined digging up the mailbox and lugging it all the way to the junkyard. Could it be possible that the mailbox somehow followed her home? Could it be that desperate for her attention and companionship? The woman doesn't say a word. She keeps driving, passing her new home without stopping. She can't deal with this anymore. She glances at the rearview mirror, one last look at the cozy little house where she thought that she could start a new life. But she can't live like this. She keeps driving, and she doesn't look back. On the corner, the mailbox stands still and silent, as if it had never moved and never will. Dealing with a stalker can be a frightening and dangerous situation, but it can be even worse when your stalker isn't even human. That woman never had to see the mailbox again after she left the property, but the SCP Foundation is very familiar with this dangerously obsessive romantic, which it calls SCP-1269. SCP-1269 looks like a perfectly ordinary mailbox situated in front of a perfectly ordinary house somewhere in Massachusetts. It is made of black aluminum, possessing a red flag and a white plastic post. It stands at 1/3 of a meter tall, and the house number of the corresponding property is printed on its side. It is unknown how long SCP-1269 has resided at the property, although dents and bruises on the mailbox chassis indicate that it's probably been there for some time. SCP-1269 remains a perfectly ordinary mailbox when its corresponding house is unoccupied or else occupied by a male resident. But when a woman aged 23 years old or older takes up residence on the property, SCP-1269 will start to manifest its anomalous properties. About 2 weeks after the woman moves into the house, SCP-1269 will start to manifest unaddressed romantic letters targeted towards the resident of the house. Surveillance within SCP-1269 has shown that the letters manifest approximately 3 seconds after mail delivery. SCP-1269's anomalous properties will manifest only when a single female, 23 years or older, hereafter referred to as the occupant, resides within the same property as SCP-1269. Approximately 2 weeks after the occupant moves in, SCP-1269 will start to manifest unaddressed letters every 4 days. The contents of the letter are romantic in nature and are targeted towards the occupant of the house. Surveillance within SCP-1269 has shown the letters manifest approximately 3 seconds after the occupant's mail has been delivered. At first, letters will manifest once every 4 days, but SCP-1269 will quickly escalate its obsessive behavior to the point that multiple letters will appear daily. The letters will become more obsessive and less coherent as SCP-1269's stalking behavior intensifies. When not under direct supervision of the house occupant, SCP-1269 will teleport to a location near the occupant and face them as if it's trying to watch them. It will always manifest in an area where it is partially obstructed, such as peeking through a window or behind some shower curtains. Sometimes, when the resident is asleep, SCP-1269 will teleport near the occupant without obstruction. SCP-1269 will not follow the occupant off the property, and all anomalous properties will cease manifesting if the occupant moves out of the house. Attempts to remove SCP-1269 from its location have so far been unsuccessful. SCP-1269 will teleport to its original curbside location after 1 hour of relocation. If attempts are made to replace SCP-1269 with a new mailbox, the mailbox will be teleported away with SCP-1269 appearing in its place. Approximately 3 hours after the disappearance of the new mailbox, it will reappear in a dumpster several kilometers away.
Mailboxes recovered so far have all been found in varying amounts of disrepair, within garbage bags and covered in obscene graffiti, as if SCP-1269 has become violently jealous of any other mailbox it sees as trying to replace it. SCP-1269 has also shown similar violent jealousy toward humans that it might believe are vying for the affection of any woman living in its house. In a recent experiment, a D-Class male was moved onto the property with the then-current test occupant, a D-Class female, after 7 weeks of residence. Interestingly, SCP-1269 ceased its teleporting activity in response to this male presence, but 3 days later, the D-Class male disappeared from the property, causing SCP-1269 to resume all anomalous behavior. 2 weeks later, the body of the missing D-Class male was discovered in the same dumpster where SCP-1269 had previously disposed of rival mailboxes. The property where SCP-1269 is located is to remain under the custody of the Foundation, with one male researcher residing in the house to monitor the behavior of SCP-1269. Because of the dangerous lengths to which it will go to attain the current object of its affection, SCP-1269 has been designated with Object Class Euclid. It's our job to make sure it doesn't menace anyone else. If you want to support our important mission, while also getting influence over the anomalies we cover and an exclusive look behind the scenes, check out the DrBob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, like House of Human Puppets, SCP-1098-RU, for another tale of a house that'll never be a home. And make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss a single anomaly as we delve further and further into the SCP Foundation's classified archives.